Well, a very good afternoon and welcome to Hove, where I'm delighted to say we're going to have some cricket. The ground staff have done a terrific job and we're due to start at 1:10. My name is Adrian Harms from BBC Radio Sussex, and my colleague, always delighted to welcome into Hove, is Matt Cole. And Matt, I didn't think we were doing any cricket at all. I drove to the ground this morning in a deluge and I thought we'd be going home at lunchtime, so I am amazed we're playing at all.
It's fantastic work again. I mean, the pitch obviously dries, the outfield dries pretty well here, although we've lost a session because that was overnight rain as well. There's plenty of that around. As you say, you came from a different side. I think you came from the west. I came from the north and east, and both of us hit a massive, massive deluge of rain coming in today. So, and there was some more around about 11 o'clock when we went out for that first inspection. But no, all the umpires are out. I have to say, some of the bowlers who've been warming up in their training kit, who are not part of this match, need to get off the field, frankly. They need to be hurried off. Umpire Mills, umpire Lloyd will be shooing them in a minute. But we will get underway. Kent's 220 for 309 ahead. I think it's fair to say, obviously, national story surrounding this game. Jofra Archer, will he, won't he? Well, he is.
Well, it's been extraordinary. And Jofra Archer didn't bowl yesterday. We were told that he had a sore elbow, and that's the reason he didn't bowl. It seemed that Ben Brown was totally unaware of that, the Sussex skipper. So are we going to see Jofra Archer in the field, is the big question. Darryl Rawlings is wandering out.
Wait a minute.
But I can't see Jofra Archer. And it would be strange. I mean, we did ask the question last night. Was it a little odd that if Jofra wasn't bowled, if he wasn't able to bowl, was he able to field? Should he have been fielding? So we'll have to see if he takes the field. So let's just see whether we can see a 12th man on the field for Sussex.
Well, that's Jofra, that's for sure.
No, I don't see
it. He's coming out late. Yeah.
So
it's been so weird because he came out. He didn't warm up with the Sussex bowlers.
I think the 12th man is on, and the 12th man is Nick
Oxley, right. And he's at backward point, is that right? All down here?
Deep backward
point, yeah.
Yes, so Jofra Archer is not on the field. Nick Oxley is the 12th man who is. So, but we did see Jofra Archer. He is on the ground and he is in his kit, and presumably, as someone made a very good point, it's Sussex
like you need. But he did come out and he actually picked up a ball at one point, one of the other practice wickets, but didn't bowl, so I presume that's why. He may not field, but he may well bowl.
Well, it's Jack Carson who's going to get proceedings underway. He's coming to bowl to Jack Lee, who places the first ball straight down the pitch. So the situation in this match is that Kent lead by 109. We're going to have 71 overs remaining in the day, according to the scoreboard. That's a lot of cricket. If the weather stays,
71 available.
In comes Carson in bowls and prods forward does Lee facing to the offside. There is no run. Both of these sides need to win this match. I don't see this petering out into a tame draw because there's nothing to be gained. Both of them need to win if they're going to force themselves back into the race for those top two places. Carson in again bowls and Lee in again plays very correctly into the offside, and there is no run.
Yeah, still a possibility, although Kent haven't won a game as yet. The fact that it's 2 from 6 gives you a chance because you're playing the other teams directly in competition. But yeah, it's a tall order for Kent, that's for sure. But they need to start winning at some point.
Carson on his way, nice looping off break. First runs of the day, slightly edgily down to deep backward point, where Oxley comes running around the boundary and fields and gets in the throw, and it goes over the head of wicketkeeper Ben Brown, backed up by Thomason and Rawlings. But Leaning is on his way.
Yeah, that's my thought too. It looked like he was playing it forward, perhaps into cover there.
Yeah.
But maybe I think he's all the way along the ground. He's played it very softly, hasn't he? So there's no fear of being caught, I suppose, or less fear.
Carson is coming around the wicket to the right-handed Jack Leaning. So 2 for 3 are Kent. As in comes Carson again bowls, and Leaning looks to cut that one away in the same area. Goes through to Ben Brown, beaten outside the off stump. Here's Jack Leaning, and there is no run.
Well, some trepidation for Jack Leaning there, but Kent might be interested in that as well. If he's going to get a little bit of life and lift out of this, Marcus O'Riordan will be looking on.
Carson again, rather get bowls and flicked nicely through backward square. He picks up one as in, he's looking for two, and he's coming back for the two, and that's good running between the wickets as the throw comes in from Tom Haynes, but not before leading to come back for a couple of runs. So 4 runs off the opening over, leading to 65, Robinson on 11. If you're listening to us via the Sussex web stream, a very warm welcome to you. If you're listening via BBC Radio Kent or BBC Radio Sussex, a very warm welcome to you as well. If you want to email us, it'd be lovely to have your company, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk or kentcricket@gmail.com, or you can tweet us at BBC Sussex Sport or at BBC Kent Sport. So, the weather looks, for the moment, set fair. We've got cricket, and I think we could be in for an interesting few hours play here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if we get any play, I think it's going to be interesting, because Kent will want to force the issue, Sussex will want to win as well, so set up for as long as we stay on. I mean, even if we get a couple of rain breaks. We've got 71 overs remaining in the day now. Ollie Robinson, who kind of frustrated figure at the end of last night. I think the umpires had a word with his captain after an expostulation, shall we call it? There we go. I've got the thesaurus out. A loud shout, I think, after a caught behind appeal was turned down. I say an appeal, it was more or less a foregone conclusion. I think Sussex thought, certainly Ollie Robinson did. But,
they thought they got Jack leaning, didn't they? Caught behind. But not given. 2-2-4-4-3 then. Here's Robinson up the slight slope from the CN to Ollie Robinson, the Kent wicketkeeper, who defends that. Didn't get much life off the pitch there, but he's loosening up as well, is Ollie Robinson. The subplot yesterday, so if Jofra Archer isn't on the field, so we don't expect him to bowl. Is that right, from what Ian Salisbury said last night? Ian Salisbury said he wouldn't bowl today. Yep.
But it was a very strong subplot to what happened yesterday. There was obviously confusion, I think Ian Salisbury put it, between Jofra Archer and his captain Ben Brown yesterday, as Robinson bowls to Robinson, who pushes it up to mid-on, and there's no run all the way along the ground, because Jofra Archer was, I think it's fair to say, asked if he would bowl the second over of the 24 over spell we had yesterday, and was told that Archer wasn't fit to bowl by Jofra Archer, at which point there was a gesticulation from so he was animated, certainly, Ben Brown, as Robinson bowls to his namesake now, and just pushing that into the offside as well, a full delivery, Delroy Rawlins fields. So it's fair to say, I don't think I'm reading too much into it, Adrian, that Ben Brown didn't know that Jofra Archer wasn't going to bowl.
I think absolutely.
I'm sure. He did. I have no idea why that exchange happened, and Ian Salisbury said it was confusion, and Robinson has a great delivery, he's cut back, got him on the pad. Is it doing too much, maybe?
Possibly, yeah.
Because that's great, though. He's certain has beaten him, and we're just slightly we're at long on to Ollie Robinson, the batsman there. Big shout, though. The bowler doesn't look too disquieted, an appeal nonetheless. So, I think it's fair to say Ben Brown did not know that Jofra Archer wasn't going to bowl. Why that wasn't communicated in the hours before the session started, we're not sure. But ball played into the offside. What we can tell you, that apart from all the supposition that's been going on around it, is that Jofra Archer is not on the field. Is it fair to say we don't expect him to bowl either?
Absolutely, yes. I mean, Ian Salisbury said last night he's got a sore elbow, he hasn't bowled today, and he won't bowl tomorrow. Yeah. But he is on the ground, and he is in his whites, but not on the field.
So, Robinson to bowl, to Ollie Robinson again, and just outside the off stump, and he pushes forward, or tries to get as forward as he can, and again ends up with Delroy Rawlins in the offside. I would say certainly from an outsider point of view, there has been a lack of communication. It's a bit embarrassing to have that on the field, that the captain doesn't know that the bowler can bowl, but we don't know, obviously, we don't know all the ins and outs behind it. But it's fair to say it hasn't served Sussex terribly well. For whatever reason, if Jofra Archer was steaming in right now, or steaming in last night, Sussex would think we've got a really, really good chance of winning this. They still may, but as it were, Kent lost just one wicket in that session, Zach Crawley going for 85, and they made, I think, 82 in that session, and they bat on.
Yes, I couldn't agree more. I mean, Sussex are down now to just really the two seamers, to Robinson and Garton. and the spinners. But here comes Jack Carson around the wicket, comes in and bowls to Jack Leaning, who's forward, plays down the track, and there is no run. So thinking about possible scenarios in this game, we both think that both sides really need to win this game. A draw is no good to either side, with only 4 games left in the group after this. Carson bowls, Leaning plays forward to Carson down the onside of the track. There is no run. So with that in mind, you would have thought that Kent are going to have to dangle some sort of carrot here for Sussex, and a carrot that Sussex think they can make,
or at least have batted them out of it and have enough time to bowl at them.
Carson in and played by Leaning down the track, and maybe the best chance of Kent winning the game is to set something that gives Sussex a chance. And if Sussex go for it, maybe they're likely to lose more wickets. Who knows? You might have to be prepared to lose the game to win it, as Carson comes in and bowls and clipped by Leaning to mid-on, where Robinson is quickly round but can't prevent Leaning going through for another single. He goes to 66.
I guess it very much depends on what the pitch does here. Kent might feel they can try and back Sussex out of the game, and if it's going to be a low-scoring affair today, and then whether they defend or not, maybe just get at them. But yeah, there are.
Carson in and bowls, and Robinson is forward, placed into the offside, fielded by Clark, who stretches down to his right to field at cover, and there is no run. A slip and a short leg are the only close fielders. There's Carson again, is on his way from the Cromwell Road end, and bowls, and Robinson flicks this. Sorry, Leaning. No, it was Robinson.
Yeah.
Flicks it to mid-wicket, fielded by Rawlins. Just a 1 run off Jack Carson's over. 7 overs. 1 made, 1 for 25 for Jack Carson. Kent 225 for 3. It means that their lead is 114.
As Zach Crawley said last night, 100 runs is what they want, and then see where they are, effectively, which sounds about right, doesn't it? You've got a 200 run lead, and then you see how much time is left in the game, what the pitch is doing, but
I mean, and actually, I don't know what time tea will be, or what time, or whether there'll be a amount of overs left, but 69 overs. I mean, it's still a lot of cricket. There's plenty of time to.
Tea, I think, is an immovable feast on the last day, isn't it? It should be 3:40.
Right.
But as you say, that might leave a very long. Well, I suppose we start at 110, not necessarily.
Yeah, I mean, we could. Yeah, actually, you're quite right. Well, interesting here, because we can have spin from both ends.
Yeah. There'll be no extra overs, put it that way.
No.
We're not making up anything on the final day, and that's why tea is a fixed time normally. So yeah. But yeah, 69 overs remaining. There's plenty of time. But yeah, Robinson just the 1 over, and they brought Delroy Rawlins on. This is interesting.
It is odd.
Because Robinson had 1 delivery, wasn't there, which beat his namesake, jagging back, and as Rawlins round the wicket with the left arm. And mind you, where are we? 71 overs, new ball available in 8 and a bit. Maybe that's the thought of it. Rawlins round the wicket, loads of air there given to Jack Leaning, who just pushes it gently back at the bowler, and there's no run.
I mean, that's an excellent point.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe if it's possible Robinson might change ends. Also, we'll see what happens with him next. But yeah, it's not long until the new ball. This one takes the pace off that one, just with the spin just pushed into the onside by Leaning, no run.
And I think we're thinking that Kent, will call the shots here. But I guess if the new ball were taken and Robinson could get him in amongst Kent, you never know.
Short leg and a slip in as he defends this next one, just blocks it out, no run. 2 balls to go of this over there. 225 for 3 then. Kent lead by 114 now, having resumed at 220 for 3. Leaning 66, Robinson 11. Leaning once again defends. There's no hurry here, Kent. I think it's about right though. They're not going to go thrashing from the off here, because they lose quick wickets. They could find themselves in a very awkward position. Want to make sure they get far enough ahead first. So around the wicket comes the left arm spinner again. Outside, a little bit edgy as he cuts it in the air, but 1 bounce to the man at backward point. Is that George Garton there?
It was Jack Carson.
Jack Carson, beg your pardon. Yeah, just drifting off his jumper actually, so he will bowl the next over. 1 bounce to him, and a save, as it were. It was a goalkeeper-like save at a backward point there, and no run. 225 for 3 then at a maiden over. Leaning 66, Robinson 11.
I mean, I'm just sort of thinking here a possible scenario. Let's supposing Kent got a lead of 200 and they set Sussex 200 to win in, say, 40 overs. That's quite a tall order, isn't it? 5 and over. But I think it's a carrot that Sussex think, yeah, let's go for that. Maybe Sussex might want a few more overs, but I think we could see a good run chase here, and it could be a really interesting few hours cricket. In comes Jack Carson. Oh, he's caught! Is he caught? No, he just pitched in front of him. It was a full toss from Jack Carson, driven by Robinson into the covers, and I thought it had been caught by Tom Clark in the covers, but it bounced in front of him, and there is no run. Carson again. In and bowls, and down the wicket comes Robinson, and that's gone high, wide and handsome, straight down the ground from Ollie Robinson. 4 runs, beautifully played. Just took a step down the track and drove it down the ground, so a sign of intent maybe there from Robinson. He goes to 15 and Kent is 229 for 3, and we're going to have a delay because Stijn van Zyl needs to climb over the advertising boards at the far end of the ground to retrieve the ball, which he does.
It's a be an interesting one. When there are supporters in the ground next week, if the ball goes into the stands, are the spectators allowed to pick it up? Are they told not to?
Good question. Good question. I don't know.
Because certainly in football, even with fans in, they've been doing a multi-ball system, but obviously cricket you just have the one, don't you? So we'll find out.
Carson again bowls, driven by Robinson down to Ollie Robinson at long on. There is no run. There is a run. I'm sorry, what am I talking about? 230 for 3. Robinson to 16. I did hear a report on yesterday I was listening to that they thought the main way the virus is transmitted though is orally through droplets. And it's less likely to be transmitted in other ways, but how true it is, I don't know. As Carson comes in, bowls quick delivery and leaning plays onto the onside, and there is no run.
I think there is I'm not a doctor, as you understand, but there is a great body of science which would say exactly that likelihood of transmission from touch alone is very unlikely.
Very unlikely.
But obviously that's not exactly what the Prime Minister said about the vector of disease that we're bowling with here.
Carson in and bowls, and nicely played by Leaning. He just plays that quietly to deep backward point, fielder there by Nick Oxley, who is the 12th man, who I know not a lot about, but it's a single nonetheless to Leaning. He goes to 67, Kent 231 for 3. There's Michael Yardy wandering around the outfield down below us, talking to Jason Swift, the Sussex batting coach. Is that Daniel Bell Drummond down below us?
It is, yes, yeah.
Carson in bowls and driven again by Robinson, and again it's Oxley who comes into field from a deep backward point. 1 more to the total, 1 more to Robinson. He goes to 17. Leaning is on 67, and Kent 232 for 3. And I'm sure the Kent batting coach, who is the ex-Sussex player Michael Yardy, is probably very pleased with the way that Kent are progressing here.
Yeah.
A lead now of 121.
Zach Crawley last night talking to him was very gracious about having the best of the batting conditions. He said, it's not been sunny for the whole. We were talking about it, wouldn't I?
Yeah.
It won't be the best weather, and that really helped them in their batting because it'd been overcast the past 2 days. But he was saying, obviously with a wry grin, they wouldn't mind if it was overcast and a bit muggy today. From a seamer's point of view, but it's all spin for Sussex at the moment. Rawlins goes on the leg side, it's helped on its way and more by Robinson. That'll be 4 runs. I lost the pitch of it, but he's given that a good whack. Absolutely no chance for Oxley, who's chasing that round. Well, he's got the whole of the leg side on the boundary, hasn't he, to so he's got a wide patrol. That's got a good deal finer than backward square. 4 runs to Kent, 236 for 3. Robinson has 21. Rawlins round the wicket then, and that squirts off the inside edge actually, backward of square, but they'll take a single, no more. 237 for 3. I was being tongue-in-cheek, by the way, about the Prime Minister's the cricket ball being a vector of disease. I think, to be very fair, at that time everybody was doing absolutely everything they could to make sure, battening down the hatches.
Yep.
And every precaution being taken, but perhaps they might be relaxing the rules on that. As Rawlins bowls to Leaning, he pushes forward and there's no run. But yeah, I was just saying it's still going on in football, for instance, the multi-ball system.
Yes, it is. Yes,
but I don't obviously have a single ball in cricket. Flatter delivery, worked away,
well fielded,
and good fielding there by Carson again at backward point. So Leaning, just made himself room there and tried to cut it away. Last backward point, we've got a good fielder there, Jack Carson, who is patrolling more than his fair share of area as well, leaping on that. Oh dear, that's a long hop, pretty rank. He's got away with that one. That one's just got away, isn't it, from Rawlins? I think you can tell from his animation after that. But Leaning has just pulled that away low towards Oxley, and they take a single. 238 for 3. 68 leaning, 22 Robinson. Better delivery that one. Gone for the sweep though. It's it bounced away from Oxley. He's lost the pitch of it, and that's gone for 4. He's on the leg boundary, but it's hit with some force by Ollie Robinson there. But it looked like it perhaps away on the bounce from the fielder because he parried it almost over the boundary. But it's 4 runs. 242 for 3. Leaning, 68, Robinson 26, and the lead now is 120. Where am I going?
The lead is 131.
131. Sorry,
right.
I'm adding that.
I'm just taking 11 off 42.
Of course it is 131. You're absolutely right. 111 was the lead, so 131. Effectively 131 for 3 if you're looking at a single innings game. A sanitisation break here then for the teams. My point being about the ball, etc. Again, emphasised by we're still having sanitisation breaks.
Yeah.
If they didn't think that the ball could possibly spread the virus, then they wouldn't be doing it. But every precaution taken, and I'm sure will be in the next few weeks.
I'm sure you're right. 11 runs off that over from Delray Rawlins, and just showing signs here of just starting to just step on the accelerator a bit. Jack Carson is just showing the ball, talking of the ball, to umpire Milnes at the far end of the ground. And umpire Milnes is clearly interested enough to be having quite a long discussion there with Jack Carson. So we have got a break in play, just to describe the field for the right-handed leaning when we do get underway. In fact, he's given the ball back to Carson now. There was a slip and a short leg, a deep backward point, extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, backward square leg, a deep backward square, a deep square leg, and a short leg. So Carson just moving his deep backward point a little squarer, in fact quite a bit squarer. He's now going almost to a deep cover, and Clark is coming to backward point. And it's going to be Carson who's going to bowl the 9th over of this innings so far, and leaning just caresses that bowl down to long on, fielded by Ollie Robinson, who's about halfway back, not preventing a single. And I think Carson wants Robinson a little closer. That was a comfortable. Now he's moving Robinson back up. I like that. You either have him up on the 1 or you have him back protecting the boundary. I don't like sort of halfway house really. Carson in and bowls, and driven with a flick of the wrists by Robinson, and picks up a single again down to Ollie Robinson, who has to run to his right to field at mid-on. And another single, 244 for 3. Carson from the Cromwell Road end bowls, and forward comes leaning, plays quietly with soft hands into the offside, and Ben Brown, the Sussex skipper, scurries round from behind the stumps to field, and there is no run. Bit of sunshine across the ground, a lot of blue sky around as well. It's extraordinary really, the weather today. I thought it would be a complete washout, but here comes Carson bowls, and flicked by leaning. I think he thought there was a single there, but then he realised it was straight to Travis Head, who's fielding at backward square leg, and it is a dot ball. What we are going to get, of course, with these spinners on, is that we are going to rattle through these overs. Carson and Rawlins. Carson again, he's got the sunglasses on, he's in on bowls, and a nice looking shot by Jack leaning, punches Carson through extra cover, picks up a single, fielded out there by Oxley, the 12th man, who's on as a replacement for Jofra Archer, who hasn't taken the field today. And now for Robinson, that short leg has gone, and we've got a silly mid-off as well as a slip. The short leg has gone. Carson in bowls, that's short and clipped away through mid-wicket by Robinson. That's a comfortable single, just playing the ball with the spin through mid-wicket, fielded out on the deep mid-wicket boundary by Tom Haynes. It's a single to leaning, who is going to retain, sorry, to Robinson, who's going to retain the strike. Kent 246 for 3. Leaning is on 70. Robinson is on 28. These two coming together when Kent were 189 for 3, so I do apologise, I've missed the 50 partnership, which is very sloppy. but it's been a good partnership between these two, and Kent are batting themselves in a position where they might feel, say, the new ball is due. No, it's not. It's available in 5 overs' time. And you would think that Robinson and Gartner are being held back for that, as Matt was saying. Lovely afternoon now. Look at this. Crazy with the... Rawlins is in, played into the offside by Robinson, and there is no run. We go for an update to the listeners on BBC Radio Surrey and Sussex in a moment, as well as Rawlins is in, bowls, and forward comes Robinson, plays quietly down the offside, and there is again no run. 246 for 3, lead of 135 as Rawlins in, bowls and stroked to backward point by Robinson, fielded though by Carson. There is no run. Good accurate over from Delray Rawlins, 3 dot balls so far. He's immediately back to his mark at this, the C end of the ground. He's in and bowls, and stretching forward is Robinson, quietly to mid-wicket, fielded by the lively Travis Head. Another dot ball, slip of the short leg, still in attendance. So Rawlins, yet again, is on his way. Bowls, and that's swung high, wide and handsome by Robinson, and it's going to be not 4 runs. The ball was rather plugged in the outfield. Oxley is quickly round and gets in the throw. It is 2 to Ollie Robinson, an expansive shot, a slightly risky shot, maybe just showing that Kent are just looking to move the scoreboard along. Robinson to 30, Kent to 248 for 3, meaning that the lead is 137. We've got another 64 overs to be bowled in the day after this. Ollie Robinson just making a suggestion to Delray Rawlins that maybe he might want to consider a change in the field, but Rawlins just leaving it as it is for the moment, if they are going to change things. I think Ben Brown and Ollie Robinson are suggesting that maybe they should have Oxley a little squarer instead of a backward square leg, and so that change has been made. And the short leg is also moving to backward square leg, so just the one player now then in a catching position, close catching position. That's at slip, as in comes Rawlins and bowls, and forward comes Robinson, plays quietly down the onside. There is no run, fielded by Rawlins off his own bowling. Kent are 248 for 3, leaning on 70. Robinson on 30. These two coming together when Kent were 189 for 3. So a partnership of 59 between these two. Or just batting Kent into a decent position here. But Sussex will field with the new ball available in just 4 overs' time. That could be a very important part of the game. Slip and a short leg are in place. Backward point, sweeper on the cover boundary, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, backward square leg, and a deep backward square. As in comes Carson around the wicket, bowls, and driven nicely by leaning stylishly to the sweeper on the cover boundary, fielded by Oxley. One more to leaning, he goes to 71, and Kent to 249 for 3. Carson again. Now, there's a slip, and the mid-on, there's a very straight, short mid-on who's just off the cut strip, who's Aaron Thomason. And Carson on his way again and bowls, and forward comes Robinson and plays with a bit of a flourish, a flick of the wrists to mid-wicket, fielded by Rawlins, and there is no run.
All excited about having cricket. We missed the 50 partnership, but it's now at 60 between these two, 249 for 3.
Very good too, as Carson on his way again, bowls, and flicked again by Robinson through mid-wicket, picks up another single, he goes to 31. Indeed we have. It's a lovely sunny afternoon now in Hove, quite extraordinary after the deluge this morning, but we got underway at 1:10 and Kent moving along nicely here, Joe. They're 250 for 3. It means their lead in this match is 139. Jack leading on 71. Ollie Robinson, the Kent Ollie Robinson, is on 31. We've got another 63 overs to be bowled in the day, so if it carries on like this, expecting a declaration from Kent sometime mid-afternoon and maybe a run chase later on, it could be a really good day's cricket, and you can follow that ball by coverage on the BBC website. Just to say, the game between Surrey and Somerset down at Taunton abandoned today, no play today because of rain, and that game ends in a draw. Comes Carson and bowls and takes a step down the wicket, does Leaning. Took a bit of a chance. Carson, I think, just held that one back a little bit. I think he could see Leaning coming and just dropped the ball a little short, but both these batsmen just showing an inclination to move the scoreboard along, as Carson, with the final ball of this over, is in and bowls, and Leaning, he's just forward solidly to a ball of good length from Jack. Carson played down the track. Carson fields off his own bowling. So 250 for 3 are Kent. The lead 139, Leaning on 71, Robinson on 31. We've got 63 overs to be bowled in the day. The new ball is available for Sussex in 3 overs time. I can see a conversation going on between Delray Rawlings and Ollie Robinson, but I think that's more about where Rawlings, how he's got his field set, and Ollie Robinson is the Sussex vice captain, and he's probably making a few suggestions to Rawlings maybe about how he thinks Ollie Robinson of Kent, this is all dreadfully confusing, is going to, because he certainly looked to attack the bowling as Robinson. Yeah. He's with 31 or 53 deliveries. He certainly looked to move the scoreboard along.
Yeah, they scored 30, I make it, from 9 overs so far on the final day here, so they're not getting a rapid rate, but maybe we'll look to attack now. Ollie Robinson, and does, cuts away, makes himself room from a slow delivery from the spinner Rawlings, and that'll be a single out to the fielder. Is that it's Haynes has been dispatched, I think, to the boundary. The target of some of Ben Brown's ire yesterday for a bit of sloppy fielding, which allowed Kent an extra run, but it felt like things were mounting up on the Sussex captain yesterday a little bit, so
yeah, absolutely.
Didn't add to his mood, put it that way.
No, Tom allowed a 2 when it should have been 1, and the skipper to say he was unhappy is probably an understatement.
Yes, yeah. 2, 5, 1, 4, 3. Leaning 71, Robinson 32. So they take the man out from short leg, and they've got 2 catchers on the leg side now on the drive, which is no good as Leaning sweeps to the best laid plans and all that. But they're trying to open that up. 2-5-2 for 3. Leaning onto 72. Robinson onto 32. Those fielders not there for Robinson though. In fact, they're putting in a man at fine leg there, and head is at mid wicket now. The slip in as well as a flow of the bat from Ollie Robinson, and fielded at cover by Clark, I think that is. Yeah, it is.
Yes,
Clark.
it is. Yeah.
Back to Rawlings. I think by the end of this game I might have worked out who some of the Sussex fielders are. It's always the same, isn't it? It's been 4 days with
difficult.
them, and you've just about concluded it when the game finishes. Robinson, they're taking a quick run here! Ooh. And Delray Rawlings has broken the stumps without the ball.
He did.
So Robinson was always going to be safe in that regard. Was hoping obviously to get a touch on it or hit the hand at the same time as he took the bails off, but it was tight. That was definitely a competitive run, I would say, as Thomason with the pads on comes into that catching position at mid wicket. So 2 mid wickets now for Sussex, daring Jack Leaning to go there. He defends it instead up the pitch. No run. 2-5-3-4-3. The lead at 1-4-2 at the moment for Kent. And the 78th over is about to finish with Rawlings to Leaning on the back foot, making himself room again, working it into the offside, but at no great pace, and can't beat Clark either. So dot ball 2-5-3 for 3. New ball available in 2 overs, and Robinson bowled just the 1 over, as Adrian was saying this morning. I'm pleased to say it's bright sunshine here. 2 are left. There's a patch of blue sky, and if I may indulge myself here, or indulge the listeners, or indulge myself really, our good friend Ben Watts, I don't know if you've heard of him. You may have met him on the county circuit, Adrian. He may have been here on Thursday and Friday. He said, Frustrating Saturday not starting until 5 p.m, he says, but we amazingly managed to get our whole game of almost 80 overs in just outside Tunbridge yesterday. Uncovered pitch, we played on with a wet wicket after a few downpours. Very village,
Wow.
he said.
Good stuff, well done, Ben.
He didn't say whether they won or lost, which tells me perhaps...
They lost.
Well...
In comes Carson, bowls to Robinson, who eases that through the covers. Pitch up a single, fielded by Oxley, the 12th man who comes in. One more to the total, 254 for 3.
He's very modest though, Ben.
Right.
So perhaps they won and he took 5 wickets and he won't be... But anyway, yeah, so there
And
we
he's
are.
been
80
out
overs they got through yesterday.
He's been out celebrating. Carson. It is a lovely afternoon here and plenty of blue sky around, so who knows, perhaps we're going to get lucky. This could be a terrific finish as Carson is in bowl. Short, cut away by leaning through the offside. Again finds that fielder on the cover boundary, who is Oxley. One more to the total, 255 for 3, leaning to 73. We're not getting much time between balls to discuss other things here, because Carson and Rawlins are rattling through their overs as towards
Actually,
this
change of end is pretty quick as well.
this new ball as Carson's in, and just played uppishly there by Robinson to mid-wicket, fielded by Rawlins, and there is no run. The lead 144 for Kent, so effectively 144 for 3, with 61 overs in the day left after this one. Carson bowls and Robinson just covers up. He's quietly back down the track, and Carson fields off of his own bowling. We'll have a look at how this particular table is in this group, because it does make quite interesting reading in terms of what these two sides need to do. As in comes Carson and bowls and hits on the pad. There's a loud appeal from Carson, who is convinced he got his man, but to be honest, with the ball turning from off to leg from the off spinner, the way that Robinson went to clip that one, that would have had to straighten quite a bit, I think, for Carson to have got that decision, or maybe it was the arm ball, he thought.
Impressive appeal, though, I have to say. There was a little bit of Strictly Come Dancing there.
He was running.
I wish we had a cam, because you could have seen Adrian do that beautifully there.
Carson bowls and cut away. There's going to be more than a single here for Robinson. It's going to be a couple of runs. Oxley very quickly in from sweeping on the cover boundary, gets it to the throw. It's an awful throw as well, and it's going to be an overthrow, backed up by Haynes. So Oxley was quickly round. He got in the throw, but it wasn't a good throw at all. It allowed the batsman to come back for 3 runs with the overthrow. So 258 for 3, leading 73. Robinson on 37.
Impressed you didn't say buzzers there. No one says overthrows anymore, do they? Because everyone's so obsessed with saying buzzers rather than overthrows. Yes. Yeah.
Really?
Oh well, yeah. Well, it's a very hyped word in the commentary circles. Yes, but yeah, I'm fine with overthrows.
Why do they call it buzzers?
And I think I first heard that from Phil Tufnell, but on commentary.
Wow.
But it seems to be adopted by everybody now. So.
Not down here on the south coast. We're overthrows.
I feel like we've got time for 3 syllables, rather than just 2 anyway. So yes.
But looking at the group, Kent and Sussex after this game will both have played 6 matches. Now, Lancashire aren't playing this week, neither are Northamptonshire. I think you play Northamptonshire next week. But in terms of wins,
Glamorgan this week, and then Northampton after.
Yeah. Sorry, Matt Arthur's
not at all. His Rawlins to bowl to Robinson, defended, no run.
Yeah, so Lancashire have won 3, Yorkshire 3, Northamptonshire 2, Glamorgan 1, Sussex 1, Kent yet to win, which tells you that with 4 games left in the group for these two sides, one of them needs to win this game.
Rawlins round the wicket there, and defended by Ollie Robinson.
So you've got games in the next 2 weeks?
Sorry, we have a gap week after this next one.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
So, because every county does have a rest week, don't they? So the flatter delivery and back on his back foot, defended by Robinson, no run.
So Sussex have a rest week next week.
Right.
And I would imagine, therefore, that I think it might be the Roses match next week. I wonder whether I think it might be Lancashire. Let's have a look at the fixtures.
Rawlins floats that in towards Robinson, and there's no run. Word for, thanks for your tweet. Andrew Harrison says greetings from Japan. Oh, I know you tell us every time you tweet in, but I don't know what time it is in Japan. I should just look it up, shouldn't I? There's ways of doing that these days. This one is defended back to the
ahead of us, aren't they?
Yeah, I feel like it's going to be evening there. Yeah, but anyway, he says, will Kent be bowled today? Question mark. Good question, Andrew. Flat delivery, that one you may well have heard us discussing it. That's defended again by Robinson, and that is a maiden. New ball available. Where are the fast bowlers? Not schoolmaster. There's Ollie Robinson.
Not taking it.
Not moving at tremendous speed. Not taking it yet. No.
Carson's going to bowl.
There may be a thought from the skipper here that just like in some one-day and T20 games, the pace on the ball might mean it disappearing.
Yes.
You know, so if they feel this wicket is flattening out a bit, they put pace on the ball, and that might be meat and drink. If Kent want to play here, perhaps Ben Brown is thinking, well, the spinners are on. They're going to have to make their own momentum, basically. If they want to go at 6, 8 and over, they're going to have to thrash at the spinners, and we back them. So we'll see. But seem to be any warm-ups at all from Ollie Robinson.
No, and definitely spin underneath.
Where is George Garden? He's at isn't he? Yeah. Well, yeah.
So next week, Kent Glamorgan at the County Ground, and then the other game is Northamptonshire, Lancashire. So it's Sussex and Yorkshire who have a week off next week. But I think Yorkshire and Lancashire are going to play each other twice, which makes the group interesting. As in comes Carlson, bowls, and forward comes Lee, plays quietly, short leg, fielded by Thomason, and there is no run. But where I'm getting to a very Adrian round the house conversation is, if these two sides are going to force their way back in, they've got to win games. And this game is perhaps here for somebody to win if they're bold enough. Carson bowls, leaning, plays. I think that looks like a new ball. It is a new ball. It looks nice and shiny.
Well, perhaps they're giving some spinners thinking there's more bounce, though. The figure of Ollie Robinson at middle at the moment, he's just going through some warm-ups right now.
Just as the ball was played out there, it just looked like a shiny ball.
Maybe they're just seeing if it has a bit more bounce, with a pronounced seam as well.
Carlson in, bowls, and played past Travis Head, who's at backward square leg. There's going to be a couple of runs here for, in fact, more than one. It might be 3 actually. Fielded by Haynes, and in fact it does go for 3 runs, which will be disappointing for Carlson. He just looks shiny.
I think you're right. The gold embossing, embossment, embossery, the gold stuff on it.
Yeah,
it's very shiny.
It just looks shiny. So how interesting.
I must admit, I wasn't concentrating on the umpires because when I saw the spinner was coming, I
with you
with the old balls.
Yeah, I mean the fact that Ollie Robinson is now warming up at mid-on makes you think that something is happening, as in comes Carlson and bowls, and driven by leaning up too long on, fielded by Robinson. And one more to the total, leaning to 75, I think that's going to go up to now. Yes it does, 263 for 3, so the lead 152 for Kent. 59 overs left in the day after this one, as Carlson gives that plenty of air, played down the onside by Ollie Robinson, fielded by Thomason. There is no run. Cloud still high, lots of dark cloud in the distance, but I'm pretty certain that's gone. What's at that end of the ground?
Yeah.
I think that's away from here.
It looks okay from the west here.
Carlson bowls and clipped down the ground again by Robinson to Ollie Robinson. This is all be confusing. However, end of the over, 264 for 3, leaning on 75, Robinson on 41. This very good partnership is now worth 75 between these two. Leading 75, Robinson 41. Ollie Robinson is coming in. I'm just going to double check and make sure the new ball was taken in that over. I think it was.
Thank you very much. Got a few emails coming in on kinkcricket@gmail.com. Thank you for that. Andy's saying, I appreciate that a draw isn't much use to either side, but I fear talk of Kent setting a target is wishful thinking. The pitch still good as evidenced by the current innings. It's a very good point, Andy. If a target was set and Sussex lost a few wickets chasing them against Kent's weak bowling attack, they could shut up shop. Consequently, the only 2 feasible results at that point would be a Sussex win or a draw. He's talking about virus transmissions, as we were. High levels of UV, as we have at this time of year, kill the virus outside, I'm presuming from what you say, Andy. As UV penetrates cloud, the chances of transmitting the virus via any outdoor surface, such as a seat cricket ball, etc., are zilch. There we are, Andy. Thank you very much for that. Here's Robinson bowling to Robinson, through to the wicketkeeper, and there's no run. It's Ollie to Ollie. Perhaps we should call one Ollie and one Robinson, but that would... No, that's just it.
The new ball was taken.
It was taken.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
Yep.
Robinson.
So we were sort of watching, and as Matt says, watching other things going on, but the new ball was definitely taken in that last over.
Frank on the emails as well. Afternoon, gents, he says. Glad there's some play and the sun is shining there. Here in Sevenoaks, dull with very black clouds, he says, so we will have more rain at any minute. Regarding the ball, he said. Okay, there's more on that. Thank you for this, Frank. As Robinson bowls to Robinson. Oh, I thought he'd edged that for a second. He's pushed it back, leading edge.
Yeah, it was a leading edge.
To hit the stumps at the far end. Leaning's in his ground. But I honestly thought he was going to go to the slips there.
I agree.
It was, yeah.
So Sam Keeley, press officer, was laughing at me because I was getting very excited that I thought that was a possible
From
chance.
this angle, it really did look like it was going
Well, I thought he just played it straight back to Robinson.
Yeah, it was definitely looping. So we all got a bit excited, apart from Sam, who's a lot more sensible. He knows his onions, and perhaps his cricket as well. Here's Robinson now to Robinson once more. Once again he's got into position. It's just gone a little bit uppish, but eventually down to mid-on, and there's no run. Regarding the ball, says Frank, I was at Sevenoaks Vine last week and saw signs around the outfield asking if spectators would refrain from collecting the ball. There we go. If it goes to the boundary, leave it for the players to get it. That's fine until the ball is hit into the Sevenoaks Road, he says, and then heads down to the other end of town. We were talking about Southborough Cricket Club, weren't we, on Thursday, Friday, which is where I saw my first cricket, and that's on the side of the road at in West Kent as well, as many grounds are. I know you may have played or watched on one as well. So, but yeah, good point, Frank. This one's defended into the offside, no run. Off to Canterbury, says, next Saturday to watch them play Glamorgan. Looking forward to it, even though it could be a lonely day. He says we'll not be able to wander around the ground as we would normally. Of course, no, but can get back in, and it'd be great to see you, if from afar, Frank. We'll wave from our commentary position. We'll once more be outside in the Underwood Knot stand. Outside, but with velvet seats. It's all very theatre there in Kent. We are spoiled. Here comes Robinson to Robinson, turns it into the onside and forward of square. Well, they come back for two. Now they think better of it. Single taken. Ollie Robinson on to 42. Leaning has 75. Kent 265 for 3. They are 154 ahead. And Lily's with us. Lily, good afternoon. She says it's good to see Jack Leaning getting some runs. I'm listening as it's raining in Cardiff, because Lily's a Yorkshire supporter, where her county is playing. Joe Root was out 99 yesterday. Yeah, absolutely, and it was a big innings, that one, wasn't it? Was a very big innings indeed, in the context of that match, but rain there at the moment. It's great to have your company though, Lily, and yes, your former player, well, he's done all sorts of good for Yorkshire. He didn't score a run in the first game against Yorkshire, got a pair, and now he's batting well against other teams, so there we go. 75 for him at the moment, and he faces and defends it, and Robinson looking good as normal. Perhaps not the normal zip, Ollie Robinson, in his follow through, perhaps a little bit wearier. 265 for 3, Leaning 75, Robinson 42. So appreciate that. And I've had a message through from the Kent office, Adrian, so I'm going to carry on this monologue just a minute longer. Both women's T20s against Sussex women have been cancelled at the Moat. There we go. That's opposite for both sides, isn't it? So Kent against Sussex in the women's T20 at the Moat. They've both been cancelled because of the weather. That means that Kent women are South East champions in the women's county T20 without losing a game. Well, congratulations to them. They were absolutely storming through that group, but a storm, ho-ho, has taken care of the last fixture. So no cricket for either Kent or Sussex women.
It's a shame. Cricket here, though, as Carson comes in and bowls the first delivery of a new over from the Cromwell Road and driven by Ollie Robinson to mid-off, where it's fielded by a tumbling Stian Van Zyl. But one more to Ollie Robinson. He goes to 43, Kent to 266 for 3, leading by 155. Talking about Ollie Robinson being weary, he's now bowled 40 overs in the match. So I think he understandably, perhaps he's having to carry the attack today as Carson comes in and bowls, and clipped away by Leading to mid-wicket, fielded by Rawlins, and there is no running. Just to reiterate, no Jofra Archer on the field. He won't bowl today. We were advised of that last night by Ian Salisbury. So Sussex, in terms of seam bowling options, Robinson or Garton, who has been expensive and perhaps just being held back at the moment as Carson is in again. Forward comes Leaning, plays straight back down the onside, and Thomason fields. There is no run.
It does feel like Carson has been the better of the two spinners as well, so I can understand them keeping him on perhaps out of him as Rawlins.
Yeah, 21 wickets this season. Jack Carson comes in and bowls again. That's short, that's pulled away, and too shortish fine leg. The throw comes in from Travis Head, and it's just a single. Now Jack Leaning's annoyed with himself. He missed out. It was a short delivery from Jack Carson, long hop really. And really, Leaning felt he should have put that away, and he should have done, but he got a single to Head, who's fielding up backwards square leg, leading to 76, 267 for 3. As Carson is in again, bowls, and nicely played by Ollie Robson.
Oh.
Also a very good bit of fielding by Tom Clark in the covers. It can't prevent a single, but it certainly prevented a second run, and the skipper Ben Brown liked that bit of fielding by Clark. One more though to Robinson. He's to 44 of just 77 balls. As Kent just look to stretch this lead. As Carson in again, round the wicket bowls. That's short and cut away by Leaning to deep backward point, fielded by Oxley, who's the 12th man. Comes into field, throws left arm back to keeper Brown. End of the over, 269 for 3. Leaning 77, Robinson 44, Carson 13 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 53. The lead for Kent is therefore 158. We've got 57 overs remaining in the day. A couple of quick emails have come in. Roy's been in touch. He said, good to see and hear cricket at Hove today. Thanks to you and your colleagues for their continued commentary. I hope that Chris Jordan is back in the team soon, not just for his skillful bowling or lower order runs, but also for his slip fielding. Yeah. Sussex have dropped a few in recent matches. It would be great to see our young bowlers getting full reward for their excellent bowling. Yeah, I mean, Chris Jordan had been away in the IPL. Whether he's back in this country or not, I'm not entirely sure. He certainly left India. Sussex with no game next week, so I guess there's a possibility that Chris may play the next game here against Northamptonshire, and certainly if Ollie Robinson is on test duty and with Jofra Archer injured, he'll be welcomed back with open arms, I'm sure.
Robinson then to bowl to Leaning, this high address that Leaning has, bat up in the air a bit like Graham Gooch of old, through to the wicket keeper, and there's no run. Kent 269 for 3, a lead of 158. Andy was saying earlier about how this pitch is playing now, and that Kent might be loath to set too tasty a target, because they could easily be batted. That Sussex could score quickly, and if Sussex was to lose wickets, then they may just shut up shop and make it a much less likely, or maybe sort of Robinson down the down the wicket keeper. I was trying to get myself back in the step of the commentary there as he came in, but no run, well taken by Ben Brown, but make only a Sussex win and a Sussex draw possible if the pitch is flattening out. So I can see his point there, that even if Kent would like to entice Sussex, they might be on an absolute hiding to nothing unless they bat them completely out of the game.
Yeah,
that's what the captain and the head coach have to think on, don't they?
Yeah. I see George Garton's warming up at second slip, so we may be getting a change at the far end as well.
Robinson to Leaning then, outside the off stump and left, and there's no run. Leaning 77, had 63 in the first innings as well. Good match for him.
I just wonder whether, it's easy to say from up here, whether Kent just need to be brave and think that they desperately need to win this game, and as it did to Sussex. Perhaps you just got to be, even in a run chase, maybe Sussex have got to be prepared to lose it to win it, because I don't think, unless they pick up wins, neither of these sides are going to qualify in the top two.
Here's Robinson to Leaning, 2 slips in behind him, left through to the wicket keeper. Andrew from Japan on at BBC Kent Sport. 8 hours ahead, he says, Japan. He says, an exciting finish will leave me struggling tomorrow, because I'll be up all night presumably. He says, oh, by the way, buzzers popularised by blowers. There we go.
Right.
Buzzers and blowers.
Really?
Yeah.
I have to say, I've never heard that expression for an overthrow. I have to say, I don't like it.
I'm very old-fashioned, so I go with
I don't like that at all.
Here comes Robinson to Leaning. Distaste from Adrian Harms. That's defended, and there's no run. I think get that ball in before my update here. I'm playing fast and loose. Whoa, we'll see what happens. So I'll dial in. Oh, you don't need to hear all this, do you? I'm commentating on what I'm not commentating on. Unless there's a wicket, in which case Adrian Harms will take over very smartly, I'm sure. Here's Robinson looking for that wicket, and they could do with it, Sussex. No breakthroughs on this final day so far. 2 Leaning and left outside the off stump, and quite comfortably as well. Low tumbling stop by Ben Brown. Kent 269 for 3. They're 158 ahead with 56 overs remaining of the day. Leaning has 77. Robinson has 44. I'm Matt Cole with Adrian Harms on BBC Radio Sussex and BBC Radio Kent, live stream across the world.
I tend to agree with you, Matt. I don't think Ollie Robinson looks quite himself today. We expect so much from Ollie Robinson. I mean, 29 wickets in the season at just over 13 a wicket is tremendous. He's bowled a lot of overs, but he's normally got that little bit of extra zip on. He just doesn't quite seem to have that. I mean, he's bowled 41 overs in the match. He's carrying the Sussex attack, no question of that. But in comes Carson, short, and that's pulled down to fine leg, and that's not a very good delivery by young Jack. It was too short, and he bowled one of those in the previous over to Jack Leaning, who didn't put it away for 4, but Ollie Robinson made no mistake at all. The wicket-keeper batsman, he goes to 48 and Kent to 273 for 3. So I wonder whether maybe Ollie Robinson, the bowler from Sussex, is going to come out of the attack, and perhaps Garton will bowl from this sea end. We will see, but for the time being it's Carson. Comes over the wicket, bowls. That's a better delivery, and played with the spin by Robinson to mid-wicket, fielded by Rawlins in There Is No Run. A very kind email as well from Tony Streeter, who's enjoying the commentary. Thank you for your nice comments, Tony, much appreciated. Carson again comes in and bowls, and played into the offside by Robinson. The alert Clark fields in the covers. There is no run. A slip, deep backward point, cover mid-off, both saving 1. A mid-on mid-wicket, backward square leg, and a deep mid-wicket. Ollie Robinson, just come back to that in a minute. Carson bowls, and taking a step down the wicket is Robinson. Drives to mid-off, there is no run. He's just sort of stretching and loosening up a bit still, is Ollie Robinson. So maybe he's a little tired after all the work he's done in this game. Carson shines the ball on his trousers and is on his way. The sun momentarily disappears. He's in a nice floated off break, which is played carefully by Ollie Robinson to Head, who fields at backward square leg, and then inspects his left knee, gives it a rub as well, does Travis Head. There's Carson again on his way and bowls, and again Robinson has to play carefully, plays him to the onside. So apart from that first ball of the over, which was a poor delivery by Jack Carson, the next 5 balls were very good deliveries, right on the spot. The ball is played onto the onside. There is no run. 273 for 3, Leaning on 77, Robinson on 48. A conversation between Ben Brown and Travis Head, the Sussex captain and his overseas player. Head, who captains South Australia in the Sheffield Shield, so plenty of skippering experience, and maybe just passing on some of that to Ben Brown. A little bit of a natter. Ollie Robinson is going to carry on. Just coming back to Tony's email, he's talking about the interview yesterday that Ian Salisbury gave. That was very much in response to Jofra Archer talking about the confusion that there was yesterday. So thank you for mentioning that, Tony. Not sure he was totally satisfied with the answers that were given, but nonetheless it's an incident that's happened, and I'm sure we'll find out more later on during the day. What we do know is, for those just joining us here on BBC Radio Kent and BBC Radio Sussex, is that Jofra Archer is not on the field today. He's not bowling, and as we understand won't bowl any more in this match, which is restricting Sussex in their bowling options.
Yeah, apart from anything else, as you say, it's good news for Kent. I've been telling our listeners that, obviously, as Robinson bowls to Leaning. Jack's back and hits him on the thigh pad. They'll go for a quick run, actually, as it's spun past Garton at second slip. Leaning has been, I won't say been the target of the bowlers, because obviously they're trying to get him out, but I think he's been hit 3 times now in this match, Jack Leaning, and yesterday got an absolute thump in the ribs from George Garton.
Yeah,
didn't
he did.
And Jack is, I think it's fair to say, well, no batsman likes to show that they're in discomfort anyway, do they? But Jack Leaning, I would say, is one of those that you can hit him all day long, wouldn't grimace, but yesterday he definitely did. Ollie Robinson, this one keeps slightly low from the bowler of the same name, but he's turned it into the onside, and they'll take a single. It's a keening herring gull above us near our effects microphone, and
that would have pleased, sorry, not the gull, but would have pleased Ben Brown, because Tom Carter was in like a hare from deep mid-wicket. That Leaning was looking for 2 runs there. Sorry, Robinson was looking for 2, but Clark was in really quickly to prevent the second run. And after some sort of sloppy-ish fielding yesterday from Sussex in that hour's play that we had, he gave a thumbs up to Tom Clark. That was very good.
Here is Robinson now to Leaning. Just a little push forward. by head, and there's no run. We're talking about, likely declaration scenarios. I would say almost perfect for Kent. Here's one. I'm not going to put either of the coaches into this. I'm going to put the weather into it. Is we have a bit of a shower. They come back under overcast conditions, and Kent have, I don't know, a 200 lead on the board with, say, 35 overs to go, and the conditions have changed. Now that would be absolutely perfect for Kent, I would say, and take a decision out of everybody's hands. But Robinson on the drive through the leaning rather on the offside, and fielded by Haynes. They come back for comfortable 2 in the end, 277 for 3. There we go. I'm adding the weather in as a decider. You see, I'm so cowardly with the declarations. I can see both sides so much that if I was a head coach, I'd be thinking, perhaps it could just rain. Perhaps it could make it a bit easier. We'll stick them in for 30 overs at the end of the day.
Yeah, I reckon Sussex, if they were to chase, come back to that in a moment.
Yeah, Robinson then to leaning. This high backlift leaves it through the wicketkeeper. Comes back in a little, but not too much. Brown takes it. No run.
Bearing in mind, Sussex need to win the game as much as Kent do to really keep in contention. I don't see any point just batting out for a draw in this game. So if Sussex were to chase at, say, 5 and over, so let's supposing they were set, 230 in, sort of 45 overs, something like that. Would that be about 45 overs, 90, 180? Yeah. So about 220 in 45 overs. I reckon that would be a chase. I think Sussex would have a pop at that.
Here is Ollie Robinson bowling to leaning. Ducks underneath a quick bouncer there through the wicketkeeper. 277 for 3. Email from Phil Wickenden. He says, "Greetings from Dartford. I've thoroughly enjoyed your coverage of the current match between Kent and Sussex. I am, however," there's a but here coming, Adrian. "I am, however, rather perplexed by the confusion between the two Ollie Robinsons. One is a Kentish man, and the other is a man of Kent. How much more difference do you need?" There we go. Tribal difference, he says.
It is.
Keep up the colourful commentary. Yes, indeed. So perhaps we should call one MOK and the other one KM, should we?
That might be a good idea. I'm just trying to work that out. So if Sussex were set...
I thought you were going to say how one's a Kentish man and the other's a man of Kent. We don't need to go into that. Thank you. Phil from Dartford.
I'm just thinking if Sussex was set 225 in 45 overs, because the lead now is what? 166.
Yeah.
And we've got 54 overs remaining in the day, so not being the greatest mathematician.
Were you saying 5 and over? If you set the maths? Yeah. So at the moment they could make about 250. So you need to be.
So that'd be spot on. If Sussex was at 225 in 45 overs, that's 5 and over.
Right.
I reckon Sussex would have a dip at that. And I think in having a dip they may well lose wickets, which may prove the best opportunity for Kent to win the game. That could be a really good game of cricket.
I do wonder, as I said, there was 1 wicket in 24 overs last night and none so far in this session. Kent may be thinking, and obviously they'll get intelligence perhaps at tea from their batsmen. They will do, won't they? And say, well, what's it doing out there, lads? If these two are still there at tea, they may say, well, it's been fun, but it's flat as a pancake. Who knows? But also Kent may back there, it's a weakened Sussex bowling attack with no Jofra Archer. Kent might think, well, we'll bowl better, we'll be more penetrative.
Yes.
I don't know.
Well, Ollie Robinson is on the verge. I just think the fact that both sides need to win. That's the thing. Then comes Rawlins, bowls, and Robinson cuts this away through backward point, and that's going to be his half century, and a very fine half century as well for Ollie Robinson, fielded by Oxley down in front of the scoreboard. 50 off of 85 balls for Ollie Robinson, and it's been a very good partnership between these two, which has actually added 50 off 85 balls in 104 minutes with 4 boundaries. These two coming together when the total was 189 for 3, so these two have put on 89 for this 4th wicket. And you make a very good point, that largely untroubled, although it has to be said Sussex felt they had Robinson. No, they didn't. They felt they had leaning caught behind last night off the bowling of Ollie Robinson. But apart from that, there's been a few arms, and there was a drop, wasn't there, at slip as in comes Rawlins bowls and cut away by leading into the offside, followed by Carson at backward point, who throws the ball away and very nearly concedes another run, does Jack Carson. He slipped and in so doing dropped the ball and very nearly conceded another run, which wouldn't have pleased the skipper. Nonetheless, 1 more to the total, leading to 80. Kent 279 for 3, a lead of 168. Rawlins in again, bowls. Robinson again up on his toes, just caresses that to the sweeper on the cover boundary, who is Oxley, who fields one more to the total. 280 for 3.
Yeah, it was Thomason yesterday, wasn't it, who put down Robinson when he was on 11, so they will rue that. 39 more added, or 40 now.
Rawlins is in, and as he was on his way, Jack Leading stepped away, so he clearly wasn't quite ready. Yes, yes, I've got Ollie dropped 216 for 3 when he was put down. In comes Rawlins, bowls and played by Leading, just finding the gap between cover point and cover. Oxley is patrolling the boundary on the offside, and it is one more run to Leading, who goes to 81. 281 for 3. Take 11 off, which will give you the lead, which is 170 for Kent. 53 overs left in the day after this one. As in comes Rawlins, bowls, and Robinson just eases that down the ground to long on. They've taken 1, they'll think about 2, but the Sussex Ollie Robinson is round quickly at long on and fields, and it just prevents another single. So 1, but not 2. Robinson to 52, 282 for 3. A little more cloud around now, but still relatively high. And Robinson. Then comes Rawlins, bowls to Leading, who again plays this one through the covers, picks up a comfortable single, and I think that's 6 singles off every ball of that over.
You're absolutely right, yes.
And Kent 283 for 3. Rawlins 23 overs, 4 maidens, 0 for 61. Kent 283 for 3. That's a lead of 172, with Leading on 82, Robinson on 52, and 53 overs left in the day.
But you're right, at this point, with a lead of 170 and going well, no wickets falling, you do. Your natural instinct on the final days start to think about it. You know, as a spectator, as a pundit, started to think about a declaration, isn't it?
Yes.
Because they're getting so far ahead at this point.
Yes. We are going to get that change with George Garton coming. I just had an email in from Phil Pennicott, who says, "Greetings from South Woodford, London, E18. My game this afternoon."
I think I've got this one as well. So yes.
Did you?
I was about to read it out myself. So.
Oh, okay.
You go ahead. You go ahead.
My game this afternoon has been called off, so I'm very pleased to watch my exile county on stream. He goes on to say, a couple of days ago you were discussing the county crest and whether East and West Sussex were 2 separate counties.
Oh, yeah.
They are 2 separate counties, with Chichester and Lewis being the administrative HQs in West and East Sussex respectively. I knew Chichester was in West Sussex, I didn't realise that Lewis was in East, should have done. Both crests carry the 6 martlets
Yes, indeed.
in an inverted pyramid shape. West Sussex has them on a blue background and red for East Sussex.
Oh, is that it?
The crest contains a wavy line to denote the sea and a Saxon crown.
As Garton's round the wicket, left arm, fast, keeps low to Leading, but he's equal to it and turns it behind square. They'll take a single, no more, as Oxley throws it in left-handed, the subfielder. They're on to 284 for 3. Leading has 83.
He goes on to say, Sussex being, of course, the county of the South Saxons, it's a shame we're not playing against the East Saxons, in whose ceremonial county I now live. I found it somewhat disappointing to note that neither the Duke nor Duchess of Sussex saw fit to include the crest in their coats of arms. He's enjoying the coverage. Thank you, Phil.
I like the martlets, I have to say. Good old flag, that one. Now, I didn't know the difference between the red and blue. No. There we are. Thank you very much for that. Here's Garton round the wicket to Leading, helps it on its way to Robinson, rather. Helps it on its way. A glance down the leg side. Or is it going to be leg buys? Fielder dives. Yeah, the sub. They're thinking about turning for a 4th, actually, there, I think, with it. They come back for... No, it was just the 2 in the end. I do apologise. Was it leg buys?
I think they were leg buys.
So. Yeah, it's not been added to Robinson's score as yet, although it's not appeared on the scoreboard either. Yeah, 2 leg buys there, but really good stop from Oxley, the subfielder, who can't complain. He's out there with nothing to do. Because
no, he's been kept very busy.
Because he's patrolling behind square on the leg side at the moment. So Garton round the wicket to the right-hander. Robinson's on the front foot. No run, 52. He has 83 for Leading, 286 for 3. Yes, they are two administrative counties anyway, I suppose. Is that right?
Yes.
East and West Sussex, yeah.
Yes.
Always felt that it was a bit sort of highfalutin, you know. It's not Sussex, it's East Sussex. It's Garden around the wicket. A Yorker, well dug out by Ollie Robinson, who looks at the bottom of his bat. But good ball, good defence as well. No run, 286 for 3.
Wonder what our listeners think about whether, you know, if you were in Daniel Drummond's shoes, what would you do in this game? What would you set Sussex, bearing in mind Kent and Sussex both need to win this game to really keep any chance of qualifying in top 2 places in the group? What would you do?
Here's Garton bowling to Robertson. Keeps low again, but again he's equal to it. But no ball, says the umpire. So 2 to the total. What else should we throw into the mix here? We should probably throw in that Kent have batted, I think it's fair to say, pretty much untroubled for 1 or 2 sessions. Session and a half, we'd say at this point.
Looks a good track, doesn't it?
But they themselves are going about 3.5 and over, something like that today. So it's not so flat that they can afford just to smash the ball around. So there we are. Those are your equations. That's your factors, rather. Attempted pull by Ollie Robinson. Gets it toe end again, in fact, on his bat. He did with those 2 Yorkers. Keeps it low, no run. Clark fields. Straightforward fielding for him. A large grass stain and mud stain actually on his goes down from left knee to halfway down the shin. Garton back to his mark. Short sleeve shirt he's bowling in with 15 on its back. Just away from us now. Again, Robinson hurried a little bit, but playing it up to mid on, having to defend. Van Zyl with the stop, and there is no run. 288 for 3, lead 177 by that dint, and leaning 83. Robinson has 52. And I thought, have I missed the 100 partnership? No, I haven't, because it's a run away. These two are put on 99 for the 3rd wicket. That after 130 partnership between Crawley and Leaning. Crawley with the 1 man to go in the play that we had yesterday for 85. So just short of 100 partnership, Leaning and Robinson. It's fair to say Kent batsmen have not been in great form this summer. They've had some tricky pitches as well to deal with, but this is a very decent partnership. One of them wants to take this onto a ton though, and Leaning is closest, 17 away.
In comes Rawlins around the wicket, bowls and cut away by Leaning. That's going to go for 4 runs. Oxley's in hot pursuit. In fact, he does very well. It's a good bit of fielding, a sliding stop, and he gets applause. Again, his throws over the top of wicketkeeper Brown, but he was round very quickly on the point boundary. Picks up a couple of runs though, does Leaning. He goes to 85, and that brings up the 100 partnership between these two. 101 partnerships, so well batted indeed, these 2 Kent batsmen. Leaning on 85, Robinson on 52. 290 for 3 as Rawlins is in and bowls, and cut away again by Leaning. They're going to look for 2 again, but again Oxley, who's been by far the busiest fielder, comes round again and gets in the throw. 1 more to Leaning. There's some really angry clouds around Hove at the minute, but at the moment they seem to be to the north of the ground. I think behind us the clouds look relatively high. Famous last words. Rawlins just surveys that leg side field where he's got a deep backward square, who's now going to more of a mid-wicket than a deep backward square leg. As in comes Rawlins again and bowls, and cut away again by Rawlins. That's a good bit of fielding at backward point by Carson, who's made a number of very good stops there. And had he not stopped that, that would have raced away for 4 runs. So well fielded by young Jack Carson. It's a position that Danny Briggs made his own here at Sussex over the last few seasons. Danny Briggs now with Warwickshire, but Carson showing some very Briggs-like tendencies fielding there, as in comes Rawlins again, and forward comes Robinson into the onside, and there is no run. 291 for 3. The lead therefore is 180. 51 overs left after this if we get through.
100 partnership up now, I should say, as well.
Yeah, as Rawlins comes in and bowls, clipped onto the onside, fielded by Head, and there is no run. 291 for 3, Leaning 86, Robinson on 52. Rawlins in his 24th over, economic, no wicket for 64. Rawlins in again, bowls, and turned onto the onside again by Robinson, fielded by Travis Head at mid-wicket, gets in the throw, misses the stumps, backed up by Stian Van Zyl. Robinson pitches a single, he goes to 53, and at the end of the over, Kent 292 for 3, leading 86, Robinson 53, Delray Rawlings 24 overs, 4 maidens, no wicket for 65. The lead for Kent is 181, and we've got 51 overs left in the day. And I have to say, it is just clouding up a little, even behind where we are here at the sea end of the ground. It seems to be building up from the west. I always look at times like this to see where the ground staff are, and they're certainly not down below us where they usually are if rain is imminent. So I can only assume that if there is some rain clouds, perhaps they're actually having no, they are. That's Mike Yardy standing down here, not the groundsman. So I can only assume there's no imminent threat of rain at the moment. But George Garton's going to carry on from this, the sea end of the ground.
Yes, indeed. Say, it has got slightly gloomier. They might think about those lights. It's Garton around the wicket, one slipping a gully in now. Again, it's deep in his crease, but Robinson works it away. It's a clip out towards mid-wicket. Again, good fielding from this time from Van Zyl. You'd expect that as well, but they come through for 2, and Robinson's on to 55, leading has 86.
There is play in other games around the country, playing up at Durham, where Worcestershire 119 for 3, needing another 304 to win. Playing in Chelmsford, where Derbyshire are 198 for 5, still trailing Essex by 68. 68, in other words, to avoid an innings defeat. And then Inspection down at Cardiff at 3 o'clock, the other game in this group. That game seems to be heading for a draw.
Robinson to face. Slower ball from Garton over the leg stump, but left by Robinson through to the wicket-keeper.
When I say looks like a draw, the state of the match there is that Glamorgan...
Yeah, they get on soonish.
Yeah.
Yeah, I suppose they're only 3 down though, aren't they?
Yes,
yeah.
They are 3 down. Kieran Carlson batting very nicely. He's on 40, but he's a good player. I like the look of Carlson. Played very well against Sussex.
Garton round the wickets to Robinson. Again, full length delivery, holding a heavy ball, pushed up on the full, low to his namesake Ollie Robinson at mid-off, no run. The Kentish man then pushing it to the man of Kent at mid-off. Robinson 55, leaning 86, leaning's highest score of the season. In fact, they both got their previous highest in the first innings of the season against Northamptonshire. As Robinson faces, just tucks this away into the offside from a good length delivery, and they'll come back for 2. Just found the gap there, angling the bat backward a point. They move on to 296 for 3. Lead of 185. Robinson in that first innings of the season. Got himself 84, leaning 79. Oh, we were younger then though, back in the first innings of the season, and Kent racking up the runs. We were ever so optimistic, Adrian.
Yeah, those
even after the draw at Northamptonshire, we were ever so optimistic.
Yeah, we had snow in the first game. I think you did too.
Yes, we did too. Yeah. Here's a Garton around the wicket, pulled away by Robinson. Does bounce before it gets to Oxley, and he took the power off that. Did the batsman? It's actually a hook, really, I suppose, rather than the pull off his face guard there, and just a single. Conservative with it though. 58 for Robinson, 86 leaning, keeping the score ticking over though. 5 from this over already.
Sorry, coming out to the Glamorgan game, actually Glamorgan only lead by 27 with 3 wickets down, so actually Yorkshire might be very keen to get back on there at Cardiff, so that the game isn't a nailed on draw. Both these clubs will be hoping it does finish in a draw. No one will be wanting Yorkshire to win, because the Yorkshire are going very well in this group.
It's Garton then to bowl to Leaning. Slipping behind him is a full toss, and Leaning thumps that through the offside, and he has been guilty of that, Garton. He just kicks at the ground, and a divot comes out from behind the other stumps, we'd have to say, and that's on 4, and that did get the treatment it deserved, and you heard the thump off the bat from Leaning. Very pleased to dispatch that to the boundary, and that's an expensive over, 9 off it. And Leaning 90, Robinson has 58, Kent 301 for 3, and the lead is at 190 now.
Yeah,
50 overs remaining.
Yeah, and when you look at George Garton figures, 19 overs, no wicket for 80. I mean, he's going at 4 plus and over, whereas Ollie Robinson's 24 overs, 1 for 53. He's going at 2 and over, and that's the problem that Ben Brown has got here. with only 3 seamers in the side.
Yeah.
And that's why I think he's been turning to his spin as such, because Rawlins has been economic. He's only going at just over 2.5 and over 24 overs for 65. Jack Carson has been a little expensive. He's going at over 4 and over. So, everybody's just trying to keep it tight. And it is going to be Rawlins who's going to carry on from the Cromwell Road in, comes in and bowls and pulled away. That's going to be 4 runs. Having said Rawlins kept it, that's a nice shot by Ollie Robinson. He was just flicked around the corner, a ball that was spearing down the leg side, and Robinson just helped it on its way. Picks up a boundary down to the leg. So Kent are getting a move on here. Robinson to 62, Kent 305 for 3.
It's still a balance though, because you think, well, Kent are going really well here, why don't they declare? But the fact they've not lost a wicket in this is a 100+ partnership, and only lost the 1 and the 24 last night as well, when Robinson was bowling with some real vim and vigour.
Rawlins in again, played comfortably by Robinson to backward point, fielded by Carson. Yeah, I think if they were to declare now Sussex, they'd hand the initiative to Sussex.
Yeah.
I think if they get another 50 runs here, they'll declare. Yeah, I do. Yeah.
If they can get them quickly, so much the better, I guess.
Rawlins in bowls and played by Robinson up to long on, and they thought about a single, but Ollie Robinson, the bowler, was in very quickly and prevented the single.
Also, maybe if you could give the bowlers half an hour, 40 minutes before tea, and then have a little bit of a sit down and a rest and come out fully charged.
Rawlins in again, and Robinson looking to cut that one away to backward point, missed the ball through to the keeper, and there is no run. It is clouding up, I have to say. I hope it's not going to spoil what could be a very good finish here, but there's a lot of dark cloud now hanging around Hove, as in comes Rawlins again, bowls, and forward comes Robinson, plays it straight back down the track. Rawlins fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. 305 for 3 means the lead is 194, I think. Rawlins in bowls, and Robinson plays into extra cover. Clark can't field that clean. It would have been an excellent bit of field if it had prevented the single, but he didn't do so. Oxley runs round and fields, and there's one more to the total. Kent to 306 for 3. Leaning is on 90. Robinson is on 63. These two coming together when the score was 189. So they've added 117, I think, by my maths. We've got 49 overs left in the day. Kent will be mindful they'll want to leave themselves enough overs in which to bowl Sussex out, whilst not making too much of a carrot to dangle in front of their neighbours. But I was working out 45 overs at 5 and over gives 225, which should be making a good game of cricket. But Matt's been making a very good point that batting has looked pretty comfortable for these two. So some maths to be done. As in comes Garton, clipped to mid-on, fielded by Van Sale, but still a single taken by Robinson, who goes to 64, Kent 307 for 3. Matt just about to do his update to the listeners on BBC Radio Kent. There'll be an update as well coming to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex as well shortly. Slip. Sweep on the cover boundary. Cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, an orthodox mid-wicket, a very close mid-wicket actually now. Tom Clark in there about 2 cut strips away from the batsman as Garton comes around the wicket. Better delivery, probably the best delivery he's bowled. Very nearly gets the wicket as well. Well pitched up by George Garton, and Leaning looking to drive through the offside. But the ball goes past the outside edge, a play and a miss taken by Brown, and there is no run. Jack Leaning on 90. He's faced 200 balls. 307 for 3. Lead of 196. Garton ready again and moves away from us to bowl to the right-handed Leaning, and Leaning is short, pulled away. It's a good by Jack Leaning. He's only getting a single, but it was a well-played pull down to deep backward square, fielded out in the distance by Travis Head. Gets in the throw to Ben Brown. Leaning to 91. Kent 308 for 3. Brings Ollie Robinson, the Kent wicketkeeper batsman, onto strike. Just the one slip, that shortish mid-wicket. He's fairly straight. Tom Clark, as Garton is in again, bowls, and right up into the block hole, and Robinson just plays forward and plays it quietly in front of him, and there is no run. Just keeping an eye on the weather. A lot of dark cloud, as I say, around Hove, but the ground staff again not in evidence, which suggests that if the weather is coming from the sea, which I think it is, that maybe there are brighter skies behind us. And Garton back to his mark, and he's on his way, running away from us, coming into bowl to Robinson bowls, and flick that down the leg side. The ball rather scuttles through to Ben Brown, who I think got that on the knee. I think he got that somewhere that's unprotected, the Sussex wicket-keeper, and it scuttled through, and that hurt Ben Brown, who's down on his haunches at the far end of the ground from where we're commentating from. I think he's okay, but I think it maybe just missed to the pad and hit him on the knee. Garson on his way again round the wicket bowls, and that's down the leg side, taken by Ben Brown, and there is no run. The end of another Garton over. 20 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 82 for George Garton. A better over, just conceding the 2 runs. 308 for 3, leaning on 91. Robinson is on 64. We've got 48 overs left in the day. And a bit of debate going on up there, but there's plenty of debate going on over in the Kent ranks as well. I'm sure Bell Drummond is perhaps sitting down with the coach and just sort of thinking, right, what are we going to do here? What are we going to set Sussex? What's realistic? We've got to allow ourselves enough time to bowl Sussex out, and that's a difficult equation to juggle. The lead is, I think, 197. I've got an update to do, so do you mind if I take this over, Matt, as in comes Delray Rawlings. Cut away, back on the square. That's going to run away, I think, for 4 runs. Tom Hayne, no, it is Oxley, sorry, is quickly round, but leading through for a couple of runs. I hand the microphone to Matt as soon as I can, because Jack Leaning is closing in on his century. He's on 93. 310 for 3. 47 overs left after this one. Now Ben Brown is suggesting to Delray Rawlings some possible changes in the field, and I think what they're going to do is to bring... What are they going to do here, Sussex? Well, I'll tell you when it's all over, because there's players moving all around the field now. There is a slip. It's the only close field at the moment. Travis Head is also getting involved in that discussion as well. Yes, hello, Sylvie Blackmore. We could be in for a good finish here, provided the weather stays kind. We didn't start Sylvie until 1:10. Kent have moved on to 310 for 3. Jack Leaning on the verge of a century. He's on 93. It means the lead for Kent is 199. We've got 47 overs to be bowled after this one in the day, so we're expecting a Kent declaration in the fairly near future, and maybe a Sussex run chase, which could be good to watch. So 310 for 3 are Kent. Meanwhile, down at Taunton, heavy overnight rain, and this morning, no play today. The game between Somerset and Surrey abandoned as a draw. So, a long delay before this ball is bowled.
Yes, helmet coming out, I think, for one of the close fielders. Aaron Thomason already has the fielding pads on, doesn't he? But yes, they're waiting for the helmet to come out. So, yeah, so 48 overs remaining in the day. Is that the head groundsman there?
I think that is... No, it's not. But the ground staff are now moving down to this end of the ground, which is slightly... Yeah, here they come. That is slightly worrying. In comes Rawlings bowls, and Leaning eases that one up to mid-off, fielded by Van Zyl, and there is no run. So the ground staff are slowly meandering to their seats, and there's a lot of heavy cloud now coming from the west, as in comes Rawlings over the wicket bowls to Leaning, who sweeps and misses out. He's annoyed with himself, taken by Brown, and there is no run.
I mean, it would be wrong of me to hint this is just wishful thinking from Sussex Leaning commentators, but I just... He's not biting on that one, Adrian Harms. He's completely...
Sorry, that went over my head. In comes Rawlings, and Leaning plays onto the onside. There is no run. He's a good match, hasn't he, Jack Leaning? 93 not out. Yeah. 63 in the first innings. Rawlins again, he's got the sunglasses on, but at the minute it's just heavy cloud around Hove as Rawlins in and bowls. This time it is swept into the air. They're going to go through for a single as George Garton fields the ball. I don't think he was ever going to prevent that single. Leading goes to 94, so within 6 runs of his 100. So Matt will take over in a minute when 6 for his 100. One more ball to go in this over. 312 for 3. The lead is 201 for Kent. 47 overs left after this one. Rain, rain, go away is what I'm thinking as in comes Rawlins. Over wicket bowls, leading his forward plays, and Robinson is forward, plays to short extra cover fielded by Clark, and there is no run. What's the wind doing? Well, it's getting up a little. Hopefully it'll blow this all away as in comes Rawlins bowled. Robinson down the wicket drives to mid-on, fielded by Ollie Robinson, who gets in the throw, backed up by Tom Clark. One more to the total. So, Kent, 313 for 3. It's a lead of 202, I think. Leaning on 94, Robinson on 65, Rawlins 26 overs, 4 maidens, no wicket for 75, and we've got 47 overs left in the day, so there'll no doubt be some calculations going on.
I can tell you, Kevin on the email says Kent should declare. I agree with Adrian, even if Kent lose, both sides have to go for the win. Kent should pull out with no more than 40 overs left, so they should pull out at 42 to go, he says. Have 2 goes for tea, and after tea 225, he says. Actually, yeah, we put out. I would put out 200. What with the weather around, or when Leaning gets his 100. Come on, Kent, go for it. He said, P.S. Asif Iqbal as a captain would have gone for it. There we go.
I think it's got to be brave.
This Kent side, but I have to say that the side of the 70s was different mustard to most of the rest of the country, wasn't it? But there you go. Kevin, thank you for your thoughts on that one. Kester says Kent should declare at 350. When they scored 350, the ball pushed into the offside, and there is a single run for Robinson. So Jack Leaning is on strike. Set Sussex approximately 240 to win off about 18 overs, he says. Yeah. I think it'll be a bit more than that, Kester, by the time they get to 350, as in terms of overs.
So if they go if they go as far as, you know, if they declare now, they're going to lose 2 overs as well, aren't they? Because we're not at tea.
Indeed. Keith from Bearstead, man of Kent, Kentish man he's talking about. Sorry, I got the wrong end of the stick. You were chatting about the man of Kent, Kentish man. The difference relates to which side of the River Medway you were born. I know this, Keith. I was testing Adrian earlier on.
I've got no idea.
There we go. It's not one that people in Sussex would necessarily know about. Garton bowls and a lovely drive. Shot of the day for me, that one from Jack Leaning. Straight back past the bowler and Ollie Robertson. That will be 4 runs. He's on to 98 now. So Ollie Robinson, by dint of being west of the Medway, is a Kentish man, and this isn't Keith saying this, but this is my explanation. And a Margate-born Ollie Robinson is a man of Kent, but a man of Yorkshire. Now playing at Kent. Jack Leaning on the brink of his century here, 318 for 3. And he faces Garton now, and Garton, good pull. I was giving the big build up for Jack Leaning, but that's a full length delivery, and Leaning has to defend. Robinson has 66. This partnership started at 189 for 3, so it's 129 the partnership. Back goes Garton, and Leaning prepares then as Garton comes in, bowls to him. Leaning works that off his hip. Will this be 1? It will. Will they come back for a second? He's running breakneck. No, they stop because Oxley throws it in from the boundary. So that will be just the single. He turned really quickly there, Jack Leaning. You could see he wanted the second one. In fact, I think Mike Yardy and one of the Sussex coaches are just laughing about that, because they were miming how quickly he turned Jack Leaning to get the second, but Oxley, great fielding, kept him down to 1. 319 for 3.
This isn't looking good for George Garton. He's hobbled.
He just pulled up after that.
Yeah, he hobbled back to his mark. With Jofra Archer not on the field, Sussex seam bowling attack is being further. It looks like he's hurt his right knee, George Garton. He's
wincing,
yeah,
a grimace on his face, you're right. And here is Garton then, left arm around the wicket. One slip in behind Ollie Robinson, and that's gone through to the wicket keeper. I thought he'd top it away there for a second, but Ben Brown has it, and there's no run. 99 leading, 66 for Robinson.
He has got. He was out. I hope it doesn't happen to Jack Leading. So he's batted very nicely, but he was out for 99 against Sussex at Arundel. I think that was either 2016 or 2017. I'll need to check the records.
So Garton to Robinson, ball to go, 319 for 3, and just worked into the onside by Robinson. So dot ball, Kent 319 for 3. As I said, they are 208 ahead, leading on 99. Robinson 66. They're having drinks break now. You'd have thought Jack Leading would just want to get on with it, keep his concentration, but it won't only be drinks though, will it? It'll be sanitising break as well, so I'll get the hand sanitizer out there. But yes, Jack Leading then, I don't know if he's forced to take a stop, but a little interval in play here while he surveys the chances of making 100.
If I was Daniel Bell Drummond, I would be thinking to myself, right, I want to win this game, but the only way I'm going to win the game is by bowling Sussex out, so I've got to leave myself enough time to be able to do that. The wicket is good, so the best chance of probably doing it is giving Sussex a shout at this, and hopefully they'll go for it, and in doing so they may well lose it, because Sussex will want to go for it. There's no point Sussex closing up shop here and just the way they are in that group, they've got to have a different. Admittedly, if they get 5 or 6 down, they might think, well, let's just take the draw. But I think initially Sussex would, if there was a carrot, I think they'd go for it.
Yeah, I think 240 or 250 on the board. I wouldn't say you're safe, but you're getting close to there, aren't you? And it's a lot of runs to score.
Yeah, it is.
Chase on a final day.
And if Sussex are in a 60, George Garton's getting some medical attention now. If Sussex think there's no chance, they might just close up shop from the beginning, think, well, what's the point? But so I think there's got to be a carrot here somewhere, and Kent will think we've got to give ourselves enough overs in which to get them out. So, if they've left themselves 40 overs at 6 and over, 6 fours are 24. The lead is now 218. I think we must be getting very close to a declaration.
I think so.
Another 2 or 3 overs max. John, the Sussex physio, is out inspecting George Garton's right knee, and all Sussex need now is more injuries. The only good thing as far as Sussex is concerned is they don't have a game next week, and a chance to get some of these bowlers back fit again. Some of the younger bowlers have had problems. Sean Hunt had a side strain. I think George Garton's going off. Well, perhaps there's not an awful lot of point in staying on, because I don't think there's an awful lot more bowling for him to be done. He's just flexing that. He's walking off unaided. He doesn't look like he's limping, but he's just flexing that knee as he wanders off.
And you're right, Kent are going towards a declaration here, so there's no point in exacerbating a possible injury, is there? And might as well go off. But this Sussex attack looking very thin, but they will be bowling very shortly. Batting very shortly, we think. Or maybe not very shortly. Shortly, perhaps, in this match. Rawlins over the wicket then to Jack Leading, looking for his century. Whips that away. They go for a quick single, and they'll take it. Punch of the air from Jack Leading. All the Kent players underneath the balcony there in the dressing room, rising and applauding him. It's his 18th first-class century, and just a hug there from Ollie Robinson, his batting partner, on 66 as well. Big partnership between these two at 131 now. But Jack Leading with his century, got a 50 in the first innings as well. Got a lean time in recent weeks with the bat, so congratulations to him. And a Rawlins now to Robinson, also goes for a sweep, picked up at fine leg by, is that Thomas?
It's Stuart Meeker, who has come on as a 12th man. He's literally, no, that's fine, he's literally just come on to replace. So Sussex with 2 12th men on. They've got a 12th and a 13th man on at the moment.
He's got a sting on his palms for his pains, because Robinson hits out at some speed. This one is gently levered up to mid-on, and it'll be a single. and Kent moved on to 3-2-1 for 3. But congratulations to Jack Lean. As I said, he went through a lean time. I think it was 3 consecutive ducks around the Yorkshire game. He got a pair certainly in that one and a duck in the following match. So he's had to fight his way back into form, and faces Rawlins now. Just pushes that back at the bowler, no run.
I did notice when he went through to his 100 that Ray Rawlins did congratulate Jack Leaning, but I noticed the Sussex fielders were not applauding. They clearly thought they had Jack Leaning out yesterday, so who knows.
And here's Rawlins now to Leaning. Pads up at that one. Wasn't very far outside the line then, was he? Gave no shot.
Yeah, I agree. It was an odd decision.
But yeah, as I said, I mean, it's a good one if you're way outside the line, but it looked reasonably close.
Yeah.
Enough for Rawlins to give a hopeful shout. This one's dragged down the leg side a little bit and just hit Leaning on the pad. He's definitely not bothering playing that one. 3-2-1 for 3 then. Lead at 210. 45 overs remaining, so take 2 off for the changeover. That will be 43 available now, so that's what I'm looking at, Adrian, now. I'm going to do a countdown almost over by over, so 210 the lead, so you would at this point be asking Sussex to score 211 from 43 overs.
Yeah.
That's obviously not enticing Daniel Bell-Drummond at this point.
I think Kent will pull out with 40 overs. I think you've got to give yourself 40 overs to bowl a side out. So by that time the lead might be, say, about 240, so it means Sussex going at 6 and over to win the game.
I feel like the weather's closing
It does,
in a bit.
Yeah,
one
really
way
does.
may be good for Kent, but in another way,
Yeah.
let's say the forecast I look at, and I won't tell you which service, just in case I'm advertising, but say it should be raining right now, although that same service has been saying it should have been raining since 1 o'clock. So
Yeah, I was just looking at Steven Van Zandt. He's peering over to the west where I think the weather is coming from. The ground stuff are ready down below us, but they're not immediately standing by the colours. Tom Clark is going to bowl, the young Sussex medium pacer, a middle order batsman. With Garton off the field, as in comes Clark and bowls, and down the track plays Robinson. Clark fields on his own bowling, and there is no run. There's no suggestion here of sort of Robinson or Leading coming sort of running down the track and trying to sort of crash it around for 2 or 3 overs. So maybe there isn't going to be a declaration. I do find that a little bit odd. Both of these sides, or Sussex with 1 win, came without a win so far. Clark on his way bowls, and this time it is pulled by Robinson down to deep mid wicket, fielded out on the boundary by Stuart Meeker, who keeps it to 1, Robinson to 67. Kent 3-2-2 for 3. It means the lead is 211. And there are, as Matt was saying, there are 44 overs after this one, but we will lose 2 for the changeover. So we shall see. Slip is the only close fielder, and Clark runs away from us. Comes into bowl to Leading, who clips this one nicely back to the square on the leg side. They've taken 1. I think they'll come back for a second. No, they didn't want a second, as Oxley was very quickly in and prevented that second run. Nonetheless, Leading goes to 101 and Kent to 323 for 3. These two coming together on 189. So they've added 11. They've added 134 for this 4th wicket. Van Zandt has another look over the pavilion, or whatever is coming towards us. We can't see, but so the ground staff are just waiting on their chairs down below us as Clark is in on bowls, and played by Robinson again onto the onside, picks up another single. Head has to trot back from mid-wicket to field. So 3 singles off this over so far, 2 more balls remaining. Kent 3-2-4 for 3. The lead is 213. It's got quite gloomy. I feel we're almost in floodlight territory, actually. Not far away. Clark again. In and bowls, and cut away nicely. That's going to be 4 runs. That's a very nice shot by Jack Leaning. He just waited for that delivery and just caressed the ball through backward point down to the 3rd man boundary. Lovely shot. He goes to 105. Kent to 328 for 3. Makes the lead 217. 7 runs off this over so far. We're only sort of counting it down because we're anticipating a declaration. at some stage, about 90 when Kent will lose 2 overs for the changeover, so if that happens now, Sussex will have 42 overs left to bat to set any target. We're also looking at the weather, which is...
Yeah, I was saying before, the weather may decide this for Kent.
Yeah.
Whether there actually will be time anyway for them to have a bowl at Sussex.
Here comes Clark and bowls. Leaning again works that one back with a point. Castle with a sliding stop, but he can't prevent the single. Leaning to 106 end of the over, an over that cost Tom Clark 8 runs. He's now on 4 overs and has taken no wicket for 14. Umpire Lloyd now has a look behind us. There's a lot of sort of dirty, angry cloud at the far end of the ground, but we've no idea what's coming up behind us. A little conversation between the Sussex fielders. So, 44 overs left in the match. The lead for Kent is 218, with Leaning on 106, Robinson on 69. The two batsmen are having a conversation in the middle of the pitch. Rawlins is going to carry on bowling.
Not long since they had the drinks break. It came just before Leaning got its 100, and then you would suggest that, I'm sure, if there was a message to be sent out, it would have come out with the 12th man with the drink, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Go on for 5 overs, boys, or get to 350 as soon as you can. Leaning, then facing Rawlins. Short leg in no slip now. A bit of a drag down by Rawlins. It's thumped past the man at short leg, who points accusingly at Delroy Rawlins, I think. Maybe that was just a little joke from Thomason, but that was absolutely sat on a plate. I think Leaning has rather missed out on that one, because he thumped it. It may have even made slight contact with Thomason, but that's not a good position to be in when your spinner is bowling short. 330 for 3, goes to slip now, as I said, as Robinson bats now, makes himself room, carts that away. Would it be 6? Would it be caught even? No, 6. That'll be 6, and that is the first maximum, I think, of this innings. And yeah, absolutely, he went almost into one-day stance, Adrian, there, didn't he, Ollie Robinson, and just looking to smash that away over cow corner, and that is 6, and it is an indication that they may soon be coming in. Perhaps that is it. 3-3-6-4-3, and certainly Leaning tried to smash the cover off the previous ball as well. So 107 for Leaning, or perhaps Robinson's thinking, I've got 3 overs, I'm on 75, I need to make my 100 here. I'm sure he's doing it for the team. Round the wicket comes Rawlins. The skies darken even further, makes himself room, cuts it away towards the boundary. They get a single. There's 8 off this over so far off the 3 balls. I think it's time for the lights to be on, if nothing else.
Yeah, but because we have to zip through the overs, we may not lose that many overs if it does rain. I mean,
that's quite possible. Quite possible. 44 remaining now in the day. It'll be 2 for the changeover, unless of course they change over at tea, unless they stop at tea. But that's another 50 minutes away. This one defended, no run.
Yes, that's quite right. I mean, if we had an early tea due to rain, we wouldn't lose any overs.
No. And it'll always be 16 in the last hour of the day. Rawlins to Leaning, pushes it into the offside at some speed, but fielded by Clark, and there's no run. So this is indeed fascinating. We're about on course actually to get to tea with 32 remaining. This one's just sticks in the pitch a little bit, easy for Leaning to cut away for a single. So 3-3-8 for 3, the lead at 127. Have they not put that one up? They have now. So the lead at 227, I beg your pardon. And Kent 3-3-8 for 3. Leaning has 108 from 219 balls. Robinson 76 from 124. Surely they won't wait until tea. They'll have an absolute mountain on the board by then, and way too much for Sussex to make. But
yeah.
I wonder if they just like half an hour to bowl at them, perhaps. Declare it 10 past, half an hour to bowl at them before tea.
Yeah.
Come back after tea fresh.
I just think you've got to allow 40 overs to bowl a side out. Brian Owens just sent me a note saying he's a very fine journalist with the Argus, the local paper down here, saying the lights are coming on soon. I don't know if Brian's here. He may be sitting down outside in the press area, which is a temporary area during the pandemic. As in comes Tom Clark and bowls to Leaning, who just covers up, plays quietly into the offside, and there is no run. I can see Travis Head is warming up, who bowls a bit of spin. 42 overs left after this one. The lead, as Matt was saying, is 227. So Sussex would have to be scoring at about 6 and over if they were to win the game. Clark again on his way bowls, and that's short, and it whistles over the head of Leading, taken by Brown down the leg side, and there is no run. This partnership now is coming up towards 150, isn't it? I think one more run, it'll be the 150 partnership.
Absolutely right, yeah, at 3:39.
Yeah. The field, a slip, backward point cover, mid-off, there's a sweeper on the cover boundary, mid-on, mid-wicket, a deep mid-wicket, a fine leg as Clark is in and bowls and played into the onside by Leading straight to the fielder at Travis Head. There's no sort of sign that Kent's really swinging the willow here. So maybe you're right, Matt. Maybe Bill Drummond is thinking, I don't want to lose the game, I'm going to bat Sussex out of it and then sort of have 30 odd overs at them and see if we can pick up some wickets. But
I could see the sense of maybe another 15 minutes and half an hour before tea to bowl.
Clark in bowls, Leading clips that to mid-wicket, fielded by Head, and there is a single to Jack Leading. He goes to 109, 339 for 3. I just think that's the 150 partnership, I should say, between these two, and very well batted indeed. Leading 109, Robinson 76. I think I could hear the pitter-patter of rain.
I feel like it's just gone a bit hazy out there, and I'm not sure if that's rain in the air.
And it is raining, I think, and here come the floodlights.
Well, all this declaration chat might be moot, considering the weather.
Clark in bowls, pulled away onto the onside. Now that's Ollie Robinson, who's certainly looking for this declaration. The ball runs away, and it is 4 runs to Robinson. He goes to 80, and Kent to 343 for 3. I think it is spitting with rain. The floodlights are coming on. I can hear the rain on our effects microphone. And indeed, I think we're going off. Yes, we are.
Yeah.
And the ground staff who were down below us, I wonder if that is a declaration as well. I suspect it is. There is one ball to go in the over though, so we're coming off before the end of the over. And
it may well be they'll declare if there's any delay for rain.
I would have thought so.
Let's see though. 343 for 3. A great partnership, as Adrian says, just gone past 150, 154 for this pair. Jack Leading 109, his 18th first class century, and Ollie Robinson 80, closing in on his seasonal high score, but aiding and abetting him. And as we were saying, within those declaration calculations, Kent have not lost a wicket, albeit against a weakened Sussex attack. It's not looked that scary out there for them at all, has it, Adrian? The ball hasn't been doing a great deal, and that'll be factored in. But yeah, all the colours coming out, rain coming down a bit heavier now.
Yeah.
We hope against hope that there's more cricket, because this could be a really exciting finish between these two sides. And it's been an absorbing contest. Even last night, when we only had 24 overs,
yes,
there were about 5 different stories. We've covered one of them in great detail, but there are others as well, other subplots. But at the moment, with Kent 3-4-3-4-3, that's not easy to say, is it? They lead by 232 runs. I'll be taking a break to an update for BBC Radio Kent, and it feels like we'll be taking a little bit of a break in the commentary as well, Adrian.
Yes, indeed. So the covers are being pushed on by the ground staff. Difficult to tell, but the lights are on. Difficult to tell whether this is just a passing light shower or whether it's something that could be a little more terminal. But the ground staff, I can see, are looking at their phones, probably looking at their weather apps to get some sort of an idea. And Matt may well be right. Maybe the weather will force Kent into a declaration, which must have been imminent anyway, if Kent are going to allow themselves enough time and enough overs to bowl Sussex out. 42.1 overs, so we'll be losing time all the time in this game. So we'll have to see. We'll keep you updated via social media. Just a glimmer of hope looking to the west. There are some brighter skies, so it might well be. And the Sussex ground staff are not rushing around grabbing the tarpaulins at the moment anyway, so I just wonder whether this is perhaps a lighter shower. They're just putting the covers on over the wicket, and they're not chasing around bringing on the big tarpaulin, so who knows, maybe this is going to be something that isn't going to hold up play for too long. But either way, we're off for the time being. Thank you for listening, thank you for your emails and your tweets. Matt and I can go and have a cup of tea, and we'll keep the effects mic bubbling away, so you'll be able to tell whether you can still hear the pitter-patter of raindrops. But thanks for listening, and hopefully we'll speak to you before not too much longer. I was here. Didn't get a cue until... Thanks for throwing me under the bus, why not? It didn't look on air, did they? I got here all day. I was here.
Ah, okay. Hold on. It went very quiet for a long time. I didn't know what was happening.
We were having tea, so I did say I'm here, and I heard Sylvie say technical problems, and I thought, well, I'm listening.
Oh no, it's fine. We'll come to you next if that's all right.
Okay, no problem. Thank you.
Okay.
Bye. Oh. I was here all the time actually, but never mind. No, we don't. That's right. No, we don't get with the COVID restrictions we have in place. We don't get supplied tea, so we bring our own. But I was enjoying a cup of tea and a rice bar. Sylvie, it's raining again. The covers are on, but we are told that play is going to resume at 4 o'clock. The equation in the match is that Kent lead by 232 runs. There are 32 overs left in the day, so whether Kent will declare and give Sussex a run chase, we'll wait and see. There's a lot of heavy cloud around Hove. I think, to be honest, we've been lucky, Sylvie. We've missed an awful lot of the rain, so we may get some more cricket. If we do, we're going to start at 4 o'clock. No luck today, though, down at Taunton. Really heavy rain overnight and this morning. There was no play there, and the game between Surrey and Somerset was abandoned as a draw. Yeah. No, well, we had a message actually from someone who lives not 5 minutes from the ground who said it's absolutely hosing down. And also got in contact from Horsham and said it was pouring in with rain in Horsham. So I think we've been really lucky to get the amount of play that we've had. Whether we'll get any more or not, I don't know. The clouds are really dark, and but you know, who knows? They say we're going to start at 4 o'clock, so fingers crossed we do. No. Well, there is a kettle here, so we can make tea, and we are supplied tea bags, so there is plentiful tea and coffee, but I'm afraid the days, Sylvie, of cakes and lovely things like that are gone for the time being. Thanks, Sylvie. So, welcome back to Hove. If you've been listening to our effects microphone, the pitter-patter that we heard before tea has now gone, and that means that we're going to get some more cricket. However, the hopes that Matt and I had that maybe there might be a run chase and a bit of a sting in the tail in this game, I think have disappeared, because there are just 32 overs left in the day. The Kent lead is now 232, and Kent have not declared. So we're not going to have a run chase, and personally, this is just my opinion, and who cares what I think is, I think that's a shame, because I think both sides, to have any chance at all of qualification into the top group of the county championship, need to win games. Probably Kent slightly more than Sussex, because Kent haven't won a game yet. But others around the press box had a different view and felt that there were still 4 games to go, and if you could win those 4 games you could still maybe force your way into the top 2, and it is 8 points for a draw, etc. But either way, we're now going to have 32 overs, and I can only imagine, I mean, obviously there's a milestone here for Leaning and Robinson to take their lead, or their partnership, which stands at 154. As deep as they can. There's a chance for Ollie Robinson to pick up 100. That's the Kent Ollie Robinson. But other than that, and maybe Sussex giving a few bowlers who wouldn't normally bowl an opportunity, there's not a huge amount to play for in the game now, Matt, to be honest. The captains can shake hands at 10 to 5. But I say I'm a little surprised. I think you know we're now over halfway in the county championship, and there just might have been an opportunity for quite an exciting finale to the game, but I don't think that's going to happen, sadly. As the batsmen make their way out to the middle, Sussex led out by Ben Brown. I think they're probably... let's have to see whether George Garton is coming onto the field. He hurt his knee just before tea. I just wonder how that might affect George Garton, but I really can't see the likes of Ollie Robinson bowling now, because there's not a lot of point, to be perfectly honest. There's no point flogging your leading bowler into the ground if indeed we're not going to get a result in this game. So I'm just going to have a look how many overs Ollie Robinson has actually bowled. But it might be the last we see in a Sussex shirt of Ollie for a little while. I'm fully expecting that he will be in the England squad. I'll be amazed if he's not for the game against New Zealand. I think I'll be quite surprised if he doesn't make the side as well. So if that's the case and he is in the squad, it's very unlikely he'll be here for the Northamptonshire game or the game up at Leeds in a couple of weeks' time. And then we have all of a bit of a breather, and we go into the T20 part of the season, which is interrupted, I think, by 2 more championship matches. Around the country, Durham on the verge of a very good win against Worcestershire. Worcestershire 157 for 9, needing another 266 to win, so that's very unlikely to happen. And it looks like Essex are going to beat Derbyshire 251 for 9, a Derbyshire trailing Essex by 15 runs. Down at Glamorgan, play is going to start at 4:15, and play is starting here now as Tom Clark comes running in over the wicket, comes in and bowls to Robinson, beats him outside the off stump taken by Ben Brown, and there is no run. So we have 31 overs left in the day. Kent 3-4-3. You struggled with this. 3-4-3 for 3 with Leaning on 109, Robinson on 80. So we'll have to see who's going to bowl now, but I suspect we're going to get probably, and I don't personally feel this does the county championship a great deal of service really, we're going to have an hour now of really rather meaningless cricket, because Kent are clearly not going to declare, and so all Sussex can do is to bowl their overs, and both sides will emerge from this game. Sussex with 13 points, and Kent with 11. But I just wonder whether whether we might have got a run chase. However, we're not going to. So Travis Head is going to bowl. He's taken 49 wickets in his first-class career, an average of 66. And he's coming in to bowl to the right-handed Jack Leaning, who's on 109. As in comes Head and bowls and drill through the offside, and it's going to be a single to Jack Leaning, who goes to 110 and Kent to 344 for 3. With 31 overs, well, 30 overs remaining after this one. Travis Head does get through his overs pretty quickly. He's coming around the wicket to bowl to Robinson, who drives into the offside and picks up a comfortable single. And one more to the total. Robinson to 81. These two have batted extremely well, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
They have batted well. Coming together when Kent were 189 for 3. Head in, bowls, and played quietly by leaning into the onside, and there is no run.
I feel like we're having a net now,
Yeah.
Adrian, frankly. I think this is,
Yeah, and
just the fact that Kent have come out after tea and haven't declared. I mean, if they had any aggressive intentions about declaring, they would be swinging for the cheap seats at the moment, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
They'd be smashing the ball as hard as they could, but that's I don't think that's the way it is.
no, I agree. I think it is a great shame. I have to say, I think if there were spectators in, you'd feel a bit shortchanged, to be honest. In comes Head and bowls, and Leaning just plays quietly down the offside. Kester has sent in a note. He says
Hello, Kester.
He said he thinks it's stupid and a waste of time. In comes Head, round the wicket, bowls, and just nudge wide of Rawlings at first. He's going to run down here to the boundary. George Garton knocks it. He's going to go for 4. Well, George Garton chased hard down the ground and picks up a couple of runs. Does Leaning? He goes to 112.
Kevin agrees with Kester on the emails. Why come back out at all just for Robinson to get his 100? Nothing against him. He said, "What's the point of this? Just have joke bowling on. If there was a crowd, they will be booing." He says. Rubbish, Kent. This is not cricket, says Kevin. And
cut away by Leaning down to deep backward point, fielded by Van Zale. 1 to the total.
Lily's been listening to us as well, though. Congratulations, Jack Leaning, on his century. Former Yorkshire player, of course.
Yes.
Great to have your company, Lily, from Moulton in North Yorkshire. Yeah, we're a bit disappointed because we'd love to bring you more exciting fare, frankly, from both sides' point of view. But the case for the defence, I would say certainly from Kent's bowling point of view, is they are down to the bare bones in terms of seam bowling, and it may be they're looking at this thinking, I'm not sure we can win this even if we do declare. We might possibly lose it, and our bowlers will have to go through more rigours. It's a possibility.
Yeah.
We'll talk to Matt Walker, obviously, and you'll be talking to Ian Salisbury after.
Yes, and you know, Kent do have another game that starts on Thursday.
Exactly, and yeah, that was my point about the stress on the bowlers, that they need a fit bowling unit for Thursday against Glamorgan. But yeah, here's Clark then to bowl to Leaning. That kept low on Leaning. He pushes it out into the offside, and there's no run.
I mean, I'm just sort of looking at the tables because there were more points to be added, but Kent and Sussex 5th and 6th in the table. Kent 13 points ahead of Sussex, but they're not really going to make inroads into the leaders at the top, who are Lancashire and Yorkshire.
No. Not at this stage. They need to win their 4 remaining games, either of these teams. Clark bouncer well over Jack Leaning's head. Well, it's worth a try. No ball, says the umpire. Too far over his head. And signals 1 for the over. 350 for 3 then, Kent. Leaning 113. Robinson 81 not out. And it'd be great to have your company through this.
Yes, it has.
This 4 days, though. Thank you, everyone, for bearing with us. And of course, it's been on and off sort of fair, hasn't it? As Clark bowls well outside the off stump, left by Leaning, no run.
Yes, it has really, particularly yesterday when we had to wait till 5 o'clock to get underway. I must admit, I'm amazed we've had as much cricket today as we've had, because the rain was absolutely torrential. And just listening to our presenter, who's based in Guildford today, she said it's been pouring down. It's been pouring in Horsham and all around.
You say it's not been bad here, is it? Clark to Leaning down the leg side, and there's no run. And a dot ball there, 350 for 3. And I don't know if I mean, this is just between you and me, Adrian, and the listeners, but I'm going to reveal now that during the rain break before lunch, I did nip away. I felt like I was skiving from school, honestly. I haven't done that at, honest, hand on heart, I haven't done that at a cricket match, even during the, rain, when it's called off for the day, you do, but pushed into the offside. And, because I wanted to say that it looked absolutely lovely. I just nipped into Brighton. I was on birthday duty, so I think that's a decent excuse.
I think it's a very good excuse.
But, to grab something for a key birthday in the family. But it looked absolutely beautiful on the front there. A little bit breezy at Brighton, but really like reflecting on the water. It is a lovely part of the world here. Sussex by the sea, absolutely literally. Here's Clark now bowling to Leaning. That just sits up a little bit. That short ball outside the off stump. They come back for a quick 2. Well, Leaning's quick. Robinson's running to the non-danger end, so he's fine. Leaning until 115. Robinson has 81. Kent 352 for 3.
Just sort of thinking here from a Sussex perspective, the positives that maybe they could take out of these last few overs. I mean, it might well be that Ben Brown might decide to give Jack Carson a bowl. Just I don't know really. It's difficult to know when in this situation when the game is petering out as bowls and just play down the pitch by Jack Leaning, and there is no run. Sorry, I took your delivery there.
That's fine. So I was distracted by an email from Kessler, which was making me laugh anyway, so that's very unprofessional of me. I don't know, skiving from school, not doing his full over. I think in response to Kevin saying they'd be booing if there were fans in the ground, Kessler says, I'm booing and I'm 1,000 miles away.
Yeah.
In Hungary, there we go, Kessler. But yes, I take your point. It's Matt on the emails as well, kencricket@gmail.com. Adrian is being very generous, he says. Hi guys, he says. I think Adrian has done his best to be diplomatic here. It's more than a shame, he says. It's ludicrous the team has failed to make a game.
Up comes Head and bowls, clipped to mid-wicket and put down. And that was a chance. It was clipped away by Ollie Robinson, and I think that's been spilled by Tom Clark, or do you think it was short of him? My first reaction was, I thought that had carried to Clark.
Yeah, did it just it died on him before?
Possibly.
Yeah.
Head in again, bowls, and forward comes Robinson. I mean, I certainly feel. I forget the gentleman's name. I'm sorry.
That's Matt.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'm not in favour of games as in comes Head who bowls and played by Robinson to the onside. Again, it's a dot ball. I'm not in favour of joke bowling, setting up declarations. I don't like that at all. But I think there was an opportunity here. Without doing that, to be honest, because Sussex have bowled their top bowlers right the way through, and I'm trying to be as impartial as I can. As in comes Head and bowls and driven nicely through the covers. That's going to be 4 runs. I think Van Zel is quickly round the boundary, and it does well. Well done, sir. Well fielded. Good diving stop and prevents a boundary for Robinson, who nonetheless goes to 84, and Kent 355 for 3. But I think with both sides where they are in the group, if they were sort of 1 and 2 in the group, I could understand that they don't want to give the other side additional points. But where they are in the group, both would like to win. Anyway, it's not going to happen. In comes Head. Round the wicket bowls, and Robinson is forward. There's a loud appeal. They think they've got his man, and umpire Milne says, I'm afraid you haven't. And Jack Leaning's lives. He's on 100. He had a couple of lives in this innings. I mean, if he's not out, he's not out. But certainly Sussex thought they'd got his man yesterday when they thought Robinson thought he'd had Leaning caught behind.
It was a little bit of an indication in that extra cover, and George Garton suddenly at backward point started getting very excited, but almost as a delayed reaction around the circle.
Head in and bowls and clipped by Leaning into the onside. Picks up a single. Was that my ball or your ball?
It was yours.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, Garden was prancing in and then did a sort of reverse prance away, or looking a little bit embarrassed. But yeah, it was a decent shout from wicketkeeper and bowler, that's for sure. Matt continuing, a Kent fan exiled in Paris. It's been a really disappointing season thus far. He said, the one time we got in a position to raise spirits and we appeared to have bottled it, he said. He also says, ce message peut contenir des informations confidentielles. Oh no, sorry, that's the disclaimer at the bottom of the email. I'll stop reading that. So there we go. It's a 3-5-6 for 3, Leaning 116, Robinson 84. Martin Shaw, a good friend, has been on the emails as well. He says, don't agree with you that Kent should have declared with so much play lost to Rain, he says, as Clark comes in. This is gently driven away by Leaning for a single. 117 he had, 357 for 3. So there was so much play lost to rain. It was never really on this afternoon, in my opinion, and the teams have done this sort of thing for years, he says, at least not in Kent games that I've seen. Importantly, I do think that Kent have got their mojo back just a little bit now after such a dreadful start to the season. That's a good point, actually, Martin, in terms of morale. They've batted well in this second innings, and certainly these pair and Crawley may have got their mojo back, as you say, in the onside, and there's no run. We had an email earlier on saying, I see a declaration on a flat pitch, and I'll try and find who it was. It's Michael, there we go, saying, I'm thinking of a high T20 score and equating the declaration to a gettable score. Kent don't want to throw it away, so I wouldn't leave Sussex less than 8 and over to get. That swung away by Ollie Robinson. That was before the rain delay. Thank you for that, Michael. Sorry, didn't read that out before the rain came in. Single taken, 358 for 3. And I was making the point early on. I know I appear to be vacillating. I'm seeing all sides as normal.
But we're being balanced.
But
this right.
This pitch, as I said, goes into the equation. It looks flat as a pancake now, doesn't it? And admittedly, Sussex don't have their frontline bowlers, but Clark, shorter ball, actually slightly gets big on Leaning, but he's done very well to guide that down. Almost gets himself 4. In fact, they'll come back for 3, leading on to 120. Robinson on 85. And but yes, I'm thinking from the head coach's point of view. As I said, fatigue on the bowlers. Kent don't have another bowler, I don't think, to lose at the moment in terms of injuries, and they do have a game on Thursday. So, do you go hell for leather, chasing a victory that is perhaps not there? I don't know. Here's Clark to Robinson, push back the bowler, and there is no run.
I think there's a bit of rain around. I don't know. I just got to get the feeling it seemed to have got quite dark again.
Are we getting into moot point territory if it rains in?
I think if it rains, that surely will be it.
Yeah. So, but as I said, we give our opinions and attempt balance on these subjects. Obviously, we are disappointed because we'd love to, as supporters will be. So, it's bat on pad, or is it pad first, and Robinson has gone. I think it's fair to say
he didn't like
Ollie
it.
Robinson, he didn't show dissent, but there was a huge intake of breath. He's walked away, he's looking back at the umpire. I thought he'd hit that.
Well, I think
there we are. Robinson's gone for 85 anyway, 361 for 4. But he'll be very disappointed because he was looking good for a ton there, Ollie Robinson, especially in the conditions and with a weakened Sussex bowling attack. But he has gone 361 for 4. Robinson LBW to Clark for 85.
And I think that's a maiden first-class wicket for Tom Clark.
Well,
so
there we go.
Well done, Tom. He's picked up a wicket. And so Ollie Robinson 85 in 135 balls in 165 minutes. Is on his way. That very good partnership comes to an end. A partnership of, I think, 172.
11 carry the 1. Absolutely right. Ooh. Nice one.
So a good partnership has come to an end.
Yeah.
Does it look to you like this rain round? Maybe
it just looks like there's a bit of something in the air
yes,
at the moment.
No, I agree with you.
It just look. It could be my eyesight, so I wouldn't discount that. You've got the glasses on. Well, I'm not wearing mine. Only I can answer to that. Supporters might like it if I did. Yeah, I don't know if Ollie Robinson felt he hit that. He looked like he was in front to me. He didn't start looking back at his stumps, did he? So, but my first instinct was he got bat. The bat and pad came close together, and maybe that's it. But we talk about those dismissals a lot, don't we? And at some point you have to say, well, the umpire says he's out, so he's out. But clearly, I won't say it was a show of dissent, disappointment. Outcomes to wonder me, yeah, he got just 1 in his first innings on debut. The young Zimbabwean via Eastbourne College, now living in Kent. I think it's fair to say that Ollie Robinson gave him an absolute killer of an over. He really did, and eventually got him LBW, and there were some wags afterwards, not wags, but saying actually the one that got him out looked less likely than the 2 before. I mean, seriously did, but he went. He's at the non-strikers end now as Travis Head will bowl, I think. Yes, he will. to Jack Leaning, who's on 120. And it's Adrian Harms taking to this next over. I'm Matt Cole, and thanks for being with us on BBC Radio Sussex and BBC Radio Kent.
Absolutely. We're just sort of in the last throes of the game. We believe the captains can shake hands at 10 to 5.
Yeah.
Does that matter? Does that matter how many overs are left, or do they have to get to 16 overs left?
They can shake over.
10 to 5 they can shake. That's unquestionably going to happen. But here comes Travis Head round the wicket, comes in and bowls, and they come a little low actually. Just played into the offside by Leaning. He gets his 121st one. Now, how do you pronounce this young lad's name? Is it Muyeye?
Muyeye.
Muyeye.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, Muyeye.
Well, he's going to be facing Travis Head, who's very professionally sort of arranging his field, so he's making sure that everything is carrying on in although the game is drifting to a draw, he's making sure that it's still a first-class game of cricket.
Yeah.
His head is into Baltimore, who is beaten outside the off stump, and I don't know if he got a nick on that. We'll have to wait for the umpire's signal. Let's see. Is coming back, and umpire Milne signals those as byes. So we didn't get a nick on it, but there was a bit of a howl from Travis Head.
So, if you weren't with us when we talked about in the first innings, to Under Muyeye's Eastbourne College, he was Wisdom Schools Cricket of the Year 2020, signed by Kent a couple of weeks before the start of the season. Now living in Kent with his family, and I have to say, what a polite and respectful young man he is.
Wonderful, isn't that great?
Great to talk to.
Head comes in, Muyeye is forward, the ball I think came off pad. Travis Head is just asking the umpire if that's LBW. The ball bounced high into the air. How old is he?
He's 20 now.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
He's a right-handed batsman, and he's being faced with a bit of pressure. He's got 2 slips and a short leg. In comes head bowls to Muyeye, who's sweet, and I think he's going to be more byes actually. Down the leg side, Ben Brown diving across. Delray Rollins chases the ball down towards the boundary, and the umpire's signal is... now, I missed the first part of the signal. I'm not sure. I'm sure I saw the 4 signal, but I'm fairly certain they were byes, and Muyeye stays on
you're right,
0.
4 byes.
So they were 4 byes. Head is coming around the wicket, so as a keeper you don't get a lot to see, do you, because he's coming around the wicket to a right hander.
No,
so
that's true.
You see the ball quite late. Head in again, bowls, and Muyeye plays with the spin and to the onside, and there is no run. So 2 slips and a short leg, deep backward square, mid wicket, mid on, mid off, cover, and a sweeper on the cover boundary. Muyeye in again. Head in again, bowls Muyeye, who plays from the crease. Just down in front of him now. An opportunity for the young man to get in and just get a feel for first-class cricket. End of the over, 3-6-8 for 4, leaning on 121. Muyeye is yet to score. The over 8 shows us +5 on the day, which shows how Sussex have rattled through their overs. There's been plenty of spin. And in fact, having said I thought it was going to rain, I think now we've got some brighter skies and just a glimmer of sunshine making its way across the ground. So. Elsewhere, Durham have beaten Worcestershire by 258 runs. That's a cracking win for Durham.
What a season they're having.
Essex have beaten Derbyshire by an innings and 15 runs. The game at Somerset ended in a draw. They are playing down in Cardiff, where Glamorgan are 112 for 3, leading Yorkshire by 31 runs. So that game destined for a draw, and that is in the same group. So we'll have a look at the tables in a minute and see how the tables are shaping up.
Meanwhile, Clark to Leading, who lets this go outside the off stump. And there's no run.
And you have to say that Durham, very much the surprise package this season, because Essex lead Group 1. They've played 676 points. Durham have a game in hand. They're second with 73 points, just ahead of Nottinghamshire. So those 3...
As Clark bowls to leaves that as it bounces over the off stump.
Then come Worcestershire, 3 points back, and then Warwickshire, another 3 points back. So actually Group A is a terrific group, because you've got 5 teams separated by just 9 points. The side who are cut adrift in that group are Derbyshire, so you've got 5 sides vying for the top 2. That's really exciting. I mean, that's a good group. The first group, or Group A if you want to call it that, Group 1.
And Clark now bowling to Leaning. Good length ball turned into the onside. Worcester haven't won a game yet, have they? They are...
Yes, they have had 5 draws.
Beneficiaries, perhaps, of the 8 points
Yes,
for a draw.
I would agree.
Which is, I won't say it's controversial. Obviously, it's a subject for discussion.
Yes.
So too the declaration, Andy, on the emails, kentcricket@gmail.com. Thanks for your email, Andy, saying, be realistic. If there's anyone complaining about the lack of a Kent declaration, should consider Sussex have taken 3 wickets in 100 overs. So what chance do you think Kent would have to take 10 in 30? Is Clark to Mayo, pushing forward up towards mid-off, and there's no run. Sussex might have chased down the target, but Kent would have had no chance of bowling Sussex out on this pitch, which was the point I was making about how well Kent have made progress since last night. But yeah,
just in the context of balance there, Andy, and I understand exactly what you're saying.
Put the other point of view,
but on the other hand, if Sussex are chasing down a target, they're going to take risks.
Clark to Mayo now, just nice shot, reassesses his guard, pushes into the offside, quick run taken. Haynes was close. Mayo was...
I think he was probably home.
I think he was probably home.
Yeah.
I think you're right, but it was a close one. Single taken.
Yeah, I just wonder, putting the other side of the argument might be that Sussex might think, right, we'll have a tilt at this, be prepared to lose some wickets because you're going to take chances. So I agree, if Sussex got maybe 5 down, they may then shut up shop, but who knows what might happen then. But I can see both sides of the argument. But I think...
Yes, sorry. Someone's just sent me a still from the Ollie Robinson dismissal, I think. This one is going to the leg side from Clark, a little bit wayward. They've come through for a bye. It's from Brad. Does this look out to you? Says Brad. Oh, crikey. Don't get me started on the Robinson dismissal.
Oh, dear.
I think that's what he sent us still on. I think what Brad is the photo he's sent me. It looks very much like it's hit back first, which was
perhaps what Robinson was saying.
But said, Brad, we're at an angle, so I will defend myself on that one. We couldn't see whether it was in line, and that was my first instinct. Again, Brad, that Robinson had hit it first. But again, the umpire is standing right there, so still or no still. But yeah, I tend to agree with you, Brad. Don't tell anybody.
Well, it is going to be Travis Head who's going to bowl his 4th over. 3
I don't
overs.
think anyone heard that. I think we're all right.
No wicket for 10. So the first group in the county championship was saved. The top 5 sides separated by just 9 points. That's a terrific contest. As in comes Head and bowls, and stretching forward is Leaning, who very obligingly just pats the ball back for Ben Brown to collect the ball and throws it back to Travis Head.
We've got a proper debate now, because Kester saying even if Kent had lost in a run chase, so what? He said there's no hope of making it in this competition. A game on Thursday? He says question mark.
Head bowls, and Leaning eases that down to deep backward square. Picks up another single. He goes to 123. Kent to 372 for 4. The second group is interesting in that Gloucestershire and Somerset 95, 91, then 82 Hampshire. Surrey slightly adrift in 4th place on 68, but still in with a shout. And then Middlesex have had a shocking time. They've lost 5 matches.
They've lost more than
anybody else by a long chalk. And then Leicestershire, who are bottom of the group. So you'd say Middlesex and Leicestershire out of it. The other 4 still in with a chance with 4 games to go. Although Gloucestershire's top of the group have got a game in hand on everybody else. So that's an interesting group as well. In comes Head bowls. Sussex batsmen are gathered round the back there. There's 2 slips, a leg slip and a short leg. So
yeah, this is welcome to county cricket for me.
Yeah, absolutely. So Moye's going to have to work hard for his runs, and that's the way it should be in first class cricket. As Head is in again, bowls, and Moye sweeps, and that's a good shot by the young man. Beautifully played. He's going to get I thought he was going to get a boundary, but Carson was very quickly round at deep backward square and actually prevented a second run. So that was well fielded by Carson. Moye goes to 2. Kent 373 for 4.
Yeah, I think he's in the team quicker than he would have expected with the injury to Heine Kuhn. Joe Denny not playing this match for personal reasons. Sam Benning's not there. I think they were thinking probably they would blood him later in the season, but said it's been a stiff test for him.
In comes a Head and bowl. That's down the leg side, and very nearly breached Jack Leaning's defences, taken down the leg side by Ben Brown. Head back to his mark, battling through the overs here. 24 after this one. Travis Head wants his Deep backward square ball up to sort of saving one at the 45, and head is in again and bowls, and that kept low, really low. He had to scoop that one out, did Jack Leading. Plays it into the covers, no run. He's 123. Kent 373 for 4. Just looking very quickly at this group, and there's still points to be added from the game being played in Cardiff between Glamorgan and Yorkshire, but they're both going to pick up points in that. I mean, Glamorgan will end up at about 70 points. Yorkshire will go top of the group, but they've played a game more than Lancashire. But Sussex and Kent are the bottom 2 in the group. The gap between Lancashire and Kent at the start of this game was 55 points. So this is probably the group with the biggest differential between top and bottom. But it still looks like a three-way battle, really. Lancashire, Yorkshire and Northamptonshire vying for the top places. Well, Glamorgan will be back in it, actually, with the draw, so Sussex perhaps not out of it, but they'll need to win probably their last 4 games, as in comes Clark, and Wynne plays into the offside, and there is no run. So it'd be interesting to get people's views on the format, of whether people are enjoying this format, whether people think we should revert to 2 divisions, or whether this conference is worth continuing with for another season. I think that's yet to be decided as far as we're aware. I think comes Tom Clark running into Boyle to Mayo, who's up on his toes and plays quietly down on the track. There is no run. 373 for 4. I'll just try and keep across that game down at Cardiff, so we all know what's happening in the other match that's underway at the moment. In fact, Glamorgan have lost a wicket. They're 117 for 4. David Lloyd, the man, out for 40, as in comes... Oh, right up in the block. Oh, good delivery by Tom Clark. And Wynne plays it well. Jags the back down on it, plays it straight back down the track, and there is no run. Kieran Carlson, not out 53. He batted beautifully in both innings against Sussex down in Cardiff back in April, the second game of the season. And is a fine young player, and he's performing well, no doubt under the watchful eye of Joe Root, who has probably taken a note of that. Root made 99 yesterday. Clark in and bowls, Mayo covers up and plays confidently to mid-wicket, fielded by Head, and there is no run. So the lead there for Glamorgan is only 36 runs with 6 wickets remaining, so Yorkshire might feel if they can pick up a couple more wickets they could secure an unlikely win. As in comes Clark over the wicket bowls, and that's a full toss, and Wynne drives that back to Tom Clark, who fields off his own bowling, and again there is no run at 373 for 4. There's a slip and a short extra cover, backward point, cover mid-off. In fact, the cover's now going back to sweep on the cover boundary, a mid-on, mid-wicket. And 2 men back on the leg side, a deep backward square and a fine leg as Tom Clark runs away from us. He's in and bowls, and Moyeye plays very correctly out into the offside, fielded by Robinson at cover point. There is no run. End of the over, 373 for 4. Leaning on 123, Moyeye on 2, and the lead, which is a notional lead, is 262 as far as Kent are concerned, but this game is meandering towards a draw. Sussex will pick up 13 points, Kent will pick up 11 points. We'll have to just wait until the end of the day's play to see where that takes everybody in the group in terms of positioning, because still points to be apportioned for both Yorkshire and Glamorgan. Anyway, Travis Head in his 5th over, figures of 4 overs, 0 for 12, comes in from the Cromwell Road end bowls, and Leaning just plays it quietly down the track, and there is no run. Jack Leaning on 123, he's had a good match, 63 in the first innings. On the first day when batting was not straightforward. Head in again, bowls, and Leaning just leans forward and plays into the onside, and there is no run. Tom Clark just wanders in at fields, and there is no run. Kent in action next week down at Canterbury when Northamptonshire are the visitors. And in comes head again, bowls, and forward comes leading and plays quietly down the track, and there is no run. Then Kent have a week off, Sussex with a week off next week, then Northamptonshire the visitors here, and then a trip to Headingley to play Yorkshire. Head round the wicket, bowls, leading, stretches forward, plays down the onside, and there is no run. Four balls gone of the over, no runs scored. Head again, in bowls, leaning, just stretches forward, plays down the offside, and there is no run. Jack Leaning showing no inclination to, well, why should he? He's 123 not out, probably thinking about finishing the game with a
red inker, as they say.
Yeah.
Looks good on the average, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. In comes head again, bounce is taken by Brown outside the off stump, and there is no run. David's been in touch. He says, having seen something of all teams, I'm not going to ask you the best team, as it depends on rotations, but the best batting performance in the group this season, the best bowling performance, the best team fielding. Whilst the weather has had a hand, it feels like the format is working, and some great cricket. Thank you for the coverage. I quite like this format, I have to say. I'm a little worried about the 4 games at the end of the season if you're not in Division 1, and could they be really dead games, but I quite like the group stages.
I think if they can make some incentive in the future for beyond just seedings of 3 or 4 places for groups 2 and 3, I think that would be helpful. Maybe even a promotion to the top seeds if you finish top of the top of the second or third group. Clark bowling to Mayo. Seems just to have settled a little bit, Mayo, and admittedly this is not the first choice Sussex attack, but turned into the onside and takes a single. But this will be, well, I know it's a cliche, but a really important learning experience for him, not only just being with the first team squad, but also, well, batting against Ollie Robinson for the short time will be an education in itself, even for an over. And also batting this afternoon, Leaning 123 not out, just levers that into the offside. He'll take a single. Kent 375 for 4. Do you want to take it up from here, Adrian? Because I think we're at
the end of the
got an update
coming up.
Travel news.
Tom's been in touch. He says, given that the game was effectively dead long before Robinson came to the crease, do you think it would have made sense to bump Moyet up the order to 4 or 5? He's a naturally attacking batsman who could do with some low stakes batting to boost his confidence and get some experience. Interesting point. In comes Clark and bowls. Moyet forward, plays into the offside, fielded by Head. There is no run. Right. Yes, we are playing. It's sunshine down here at Hove, actually. Sylvie, there's a lot of dark cloud around the ground, but we did start again at 4 o'clock. The game is going to go end in a draw, which is disappointing, but we have lost a lot of time in this game to the weather. Kent to 375 for 4. For the record, Jack Leaning is on 124. Moyet is on 3. There has a wicket gone down. The first wicket in Sussex colours in the first team for Tom Clark, who plays his club cricket up at Horsham, so well done him. He picked up the wicket of Ollie Robinson a little earlier on today. But this game petering out into a draw, and probably the captains will be shaking hands in about 15 minutes. Meanwhile, no play at all today down in Taunton. It's been a very wet few days for Surrey, and that game between Somerset and Surrey was abandoned as a draw much earlier on today. Thanks, Sylvie. So, Clark to his mark at the C end of the ground. I'll just commentate on this ball and let Matt do the next over, as in comes Clark bowls, driven by Mayo. Nice looking shot through extra cover. He gets a single to Tom Clark. Oh no, Tom Haynes, who misfields out on the deep extra cover boundary. But Mayo goes to full, and he looks plays very straight. Looks a good young cricketer.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, from having looked all at sea against Robinson, and even a little bit sketchy when he came out first off, he looks to have settled a little bit. As I said, this will do him a great deal of good. You don't expect cricketers coming straight out of school necessarily to look entirely at home in first-class cricket from the first ball on, but hit 1 or 2 attractive shots so far. 376 for 4. I didn't get to the end of Kester's email, by the way. He was saying, even if Kent had lost in a run chase, so what? They need to get on with it and win games in this competition. He says, a game on Thursday, Matt, the counties used to play 2 3-day games 6 days a week, he says. Okay, so maybe the game demands more out of the players than back then, but he says this makes it not a damp, but a swamped squid, he said, of a game. But yeah, disappointment that the two teams haven't managed to concoct some sort of run chase on the final day. But yes, yeah, and I would say the demands are definitely more on cricketers, even though, you know, playing 2 3-day games and a Sunday game, the training is that much harder. The margins of was that extra 1% Dave Brailsford said, didn't he, about the cycling team? Absolutely everything's done. So these athletes are performing, well, technically to the absolute limit of their capacity all the time, and I think that's why you do get more injuries these days, as it just pops up off bat and pad with a sort of strangled appeal. I don't think it was going to be LBW. I think they were very much hoping Sussex that someone would get a hand on a catch, but they didn't. So 3-7-6 for 4. But yes, yeah, we're disappointed. We'd love to have seen a positive result from one of these two teams. Flat delivery, that's a big shot from Mayo. He's picked that up through cow corner, and that's 4 runs. That was some bat speed. Just in a cameo here from Tawanda Mayo. He got his hands very quickly. He's whipped it out to cow corner, and that's 4 runs. He's on to 8. Yes. Well, there we are. That's some exciting. Yeah. And I would say that whichever team had this young man making his debut for,
yes, he certainly
like to see young cricketers emerging at the start of their career.
Indeed, and we can say we were here.
Indeed, yeah. When he's playing his 100th game for England, his head to Mayo, that's hit Thomason on the backside, I think, has it? He's just holding his hamstring there.
Yeah, that was nice. I hit him on either on the backside or maybe the top of the leg. Yeah, but he's going to have a nasty bruise there.
Yeah, I was going to say, actually, if he hit him in the backside, it probably wouldn't have hurt so much because it's a bit more padded. But yeah, he's just limping away from that, and
I think he's just. I think he's
resigned.
I think he's just said, I'm not going back in there. Sorry.
Well, I can understand that as well. At this point, hiding to nothing, he has just. I don't know if he asked his captain for permission, but he's wandered off to mid-on. I think that's absolutely right as well. And leaning, pushes forward to head, and there's no run. In fact, he looks none too happy, does he? He's turned his back on play and he's wandered up to mid-on, so it's a painful blow.
He's got the helmet on, hasn't he, at mid-on, but I think he's thinking, if you're going to bowl, short down the leg side, I'm not going to field it short leg.
Head to leaning, just pats that backward of square, no run, as Mika fields. He was fooling me a few overs back by warming his bowling up, was Mika. He was doing the side stretch, you know what I mean, and wheeling the arm round. I thought, alright, wait a minute, who's number 12? Looking at my pad, I've got number 12. But just keeping himself limber. And so end of the over. Well, 3-8-1 for 4, I should say. Sorry, BAA has 9, leaning 124.
Well, it looks to me like we might get a bit more rain. It's certainly clouding up again.
We're not certainly long for this day.
Certainly, if we do go off, then that'll certainly be it. The captains can shake hands at 10 to 5, and that'll be the end of the day's proceeding. But it is going to be Tom Clark who's picked up his first class wicket, and he's going to be coming into bowl to Muyeye, who is on 9. Kent 381 for 4. Right-handed batsman Muyeye, nice and organised. Lets that one go outside the off stump, taken by Ben Brown, and there is no run. For the record, there's a slip, backward point, cover mid-off, short extra cover, mid-on, mid-wicket, backward square, and a fine leg. Lots and lots of cricket on the BBC. Of course, though, next week the Kent game down at Canterbury against Northamptonshire. All the other counties that are in action, commentary on those as well, as in comes Clark and Bowles. Moye correctly plays to short extra, and there is no run. And if you didn't know already, we are in the first year of a 4-year deal between the BBC and the ECB. That means every ball of every game that all the counties playing throughout the season, right until the end of September. Even, I think the Bob Willis Trophy finishes the last day, something like the 1st of October, so there's tons of cricket on the BBC for you to enjoy, even if it's not your county that's playing, as in comes Clark and Bowles. Yeah, that's a nice shot. A little short-arm jab, he pulls the ball down to deep mid-wicket, fielded there by Stian Van Zyl. Well, yeah, he goes into double figures, he goes to 10. Yeah, it's just as I said, it's just a little cameo of because he calls himself an attacking batsman. Viv Richards is one of his heroes, and Peterson, he named 2 or 3 really colossal hitting batsmen, so just interesting to see him opening up a little bit. 382 for 4. comes Clark again, bowls, and Leading just plays that quietly into the onside, fielded by Travis Head at mid-wicket, and there is no run. And then, of course, as I say, with every ball of every game, we've got more Championship cricket and into T20s, the 50-over competition to come as well, and of course the 100 competition starting in July, full coverage across the BBC, including some of the games being covered live on the television as well. So lots of cricket to come. Let's hope the weather improves a little. As in comes Tom Clark and bowls. Mayo works that down to fine leg, picks up a single. Nick Oxley comes in to field, the 12th man. He's on the field for Jofra Archer, who hasn't been on the field today. Suffering with a sore elbow, and we wish, whatever's happening with Jofra, we wish him all the best in terms of whether he'll have a long period of rest now to get this elbow right, or whether there'll be some kind of corrective work done. Who knows where that story's going, but we wish him well anyway. As in comes Clark, running away from us, bowls, and he turns that back to the square on the leg side. The clock on the scoreboard is showing 16:44, which means I think we've got another 5 minutes to go before the captains can officially shake hands and call it a day. It is the end of Tom Clark's over. 11 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 37. So we're going to certainly get 1 more over, possibly 2, and then I think the captains will call it a day.
Yeah, absolutely. It's got an emergency alert from the NHS, which is one of those that you don't want to be looking at your phone when you're doing your job, but it's only to say that my second jab has been pushed forward.
Oh right, okay.
So a number of you may have got that already, but I was just a little bit.
Oh, that's good.
So about, your blood pressure goes up. Yes.
Yeah, down, calm.
What was wrong?
Yeah.
What happened? It's all good. But you're right, just a couple more overs to go of this day, surely, and unless Kent decide they want to stay out there, I don't think Daniel Beldrum will be very popular with his opposite number, Ben Brown, if they did that. Leaning defence, no run, 385 for 4.
You think the Kent players would be pretty keen as well to get back home, and probably tomorrow off, and then perhaps back in Tuesday and Wednesday ahead of the game against Northamptonshire. I don't think the weather forecast is desperately good next week either. It's been a pretty miserable couple of weeks.
As indeed. Head to Leaning defends it again, and they've said, haven't they, that very low temperatures all through. I mean, even for the time of year, low temperatures in April and May. Though it's good news to get. I know it sounds ridiculous, but good news to get some rain, because not just for the gardeners, but for farmers and the water tables as well, because it's been very, very dry as well through the 2 months. But not great for the cricket, obviously, it being cold and rainy at this point, especially not with fans coming back in. But it's pushed into the offside for a single, Leaning on to 127, 386 for 4.
That's a very good point, actually. There'll be plenty of folk in Kent who have, I don't know whether the tickets are given out in a ballot or how they were, but those that have got tickets will be, thoroughly looking forward to getting into Canterbury and seeing some live cricket. We've been really lucky that we've been able to watch it. I think
I'm right in saying that all those members that went into the ballot will have got a ticket either for this game or for the Northampton one in 2 weeks' time, which is great news. So if you didn't get your ticket first off, you'll get one for Canterbury in a couple of weeks' time. Head to Mayo, squeezes forward on that one, and there's no run. Couple of balls to come.
Sussex yet to come to Kent as well, so we've got a trip to Canterbury to look forward to in July.
In July, wouldn't it? Yeah. It's a little bit short of that from head, and pushed into the onside, and there's a single taken.
Thomason shook his head then, as if to say, if you're going to keep bowling, he's back in at short leg. I think he's decided
he's not fielding there to Leaning, that's for sure.
I'm not going to stand there if you're going to bowl long hops down the leg side.
He's trotting off like an angry toddler at the moment.
Yeah, I don't think he's desperately impressed.
Never mind the terrible 2s, it's the terrible 24. Thomason going away there. 1 ball to come of probably the penultimate over of this match, and just fended off by Leaning. He's on 127, not out. Mayo has 12, 387 for 4.
Is that it? I think that's it.
Is that 10 to 5?
I think the umpires have looked at the clock on the clock tower scoreboard, and I think they've decided that indeed. Oh, we could have a sanitised break, and maybe that's going to take up the time. Leaning's taken off his helmet. I wonder if we can see the players shake hands.
That's a very good point, actually. The sanitisation break might take up those extra couple of minutes, and then we might well see
Just to say, actually, when Sussex do come down to Canterbury, I think that's the week that the Open Championship starts at 7.
Oh, yes.
So it's going to be a busy week for sport in Kent that week. The players are shaking hands.
There we go.
There we go. We've had the sanitised break, and the players are now all shaking hands, and the game ends in a draw. It means that Sussex take 13 points. It means that Kent take 11 points out of this game. Looks like it's heading for a draw in Cardiff as well in this group. So we didn't get a run chase in the end. I think Matt and I have sort of discussed that in some depth, really, as to the merits or otherwise of a run chase and whether it was ever really on the cards. But a lot of, we lost 2 sessions. Well, how many overs? We lost sort of 72 overs yesterday, didn't we, because of the rain, and that probably put the mockers on any chance really of a result. And we lost a session this morning. So effectively, we lost 3 sessions. We lost a day in the match. However, the players leave the field. The Kent players are coming out and applauding their batsman in. Well batted Jack Leading. He made 127 not out. In fact, he made the best part of 200 runs in the match, just shy of those 200 runs. The players shake hands over on the far side, and the game here at Hove has finished in a draw. So thank you all for listening. Thank you for your contributions on email and on tweets as well. A big thank you to Matt. It's always great to see Matt Cole from BBC Kent, and Ben Watts, who was down the first 2 days. Always great fun, and your great company. So thank you for that.
Well, and likewise, thank you very much, Adrian, for all your hospitality here, and to the Sussex as a club as well, who've been generous as always, even within the restrictions that we're acting under here. And coronavirus, but very delighted to say that we won't be the only ones in the ground. That next time we both commentate, we'll be with supporters, and we'll welcome them back with open arms, if only socially distanced, of course.
Yeah, and good to see actually Matt Walker just coming out there and just waving in the direction of Ben Gibson, the Sussex groundsman, and just saying thank you very much, because final word perhaps to the groundsmen who have worked tirelessly here over the 4 days, been on and off, hauling the covers on and off. There's only 5 of them, and they're probably pretty exhausted after this. But nonetheless, the game has finished. Ian Salisbury walking out to shake hands. So don't forget, lots more cricket coming up on the BBC. If you're a Kent fan, tune in on Thursday. If you haven't got a ticket, if you have got a ticket for the game, well, make sure you enjoy your first visit to Canterbury, for probably many, many months, 18 months or something like that, I expect it'll be. So make sure you enjoy it. Sussex with a week off next week, which Sussex will enjoy the break, and then back here for Northamptonshire that starts on the 27th of May. It just remains for myself, Adrian Harms, to wish you a very pleasant evening, and we'll speak to you again soon.